Hello, everybody. The weather is hot outside, and we're going to have some hot League of Legends action for you here this evening as we are kicking off the UKEL 2021 summer split. My name is Middlecott, and I'm going to be doing a little bit of a pre show for you guys, taking you through the teams that we've got playing and what we're expecting to come out from them this split. Joining me to my bottom right is the big brain man himself, Rail, and to my top left, Nymera, who is also here.
I am. I am here. They haven't they haven't let me out the box yet. They thought, all right, okay, let's let them in slowly. We'll let the craziness come a bit later. And I am expecting craziness. It is one hell of a split that we've got in front of us.
We had to
Yeah,
keep them contained somehow, didn't we? So
yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one. Hopefully, coming off the back of one of the best UKL splits we've had for quite a while. Rail, if you just want to take us through the standings that we ended up at the end of the regular split last split, and we could sort of talk about how much of a banger we had in the spring.
yeah, so we're on the graphic now, and so there was two expected winners, and everyone thought either Demise or Viperio. No one really expected Hive, who renamed to Lucent. No one expected them to come up strong at all. And you can see in the table, there's quite a bunch in the middle of the pack. We have four teams at 6 and 8, which just became quite a kerfuffle. It didn't really change too much in the end, to be honest, because in the end, Lucent came out strong and beat the tournament favorites.
Yeah, we did have those final day foldy sheets coming out. And as we hop over to our playoff bracket, fairly soon, there we are. We can see the path that all these teams took to get to the finals. Obviously, Lucent coming out the eventual winners, Nymera.
Absolutely. And yeah, no, we went through those regular season bits, and the fact that it was Demise smashing for so much of that split, and then just showing that bit of weakness as things went on when Hive took a win off them. Then they lost another game in that last week. We were wondering if there was more to be had, more to play for in these plus. We had almost miracle runs, a five-way tie or something crazy like that, decided on a head-to-head to finally get ourselves our playoff standings. It led to this playoff bracket. Also, we saw Lucendi take that first win in the lower bracket, then London United take the baton on from then. But then it was Lucent, who had lost in the first round, who then reprised that series versus Viperio and flipped the table. And then they flipped the entire series versus Demise Academy in the finals. They reverse swept in one of the best UKEL finals, maybe the best, I would say, we've ever had, to take it 3-2, and then actually eventually promote up into the UKLC alongside Viperio after some off-season drama and slots being all up to play for. So we did end up losing both Lucent Viperio, but what a bang they went out with.
Yeah, it was an absolutely excellent series from then. And hopefully, we are going to be having more of the same for this coming split. I do want to talk about Demise right now, who was that team, obviously, that fell down, got reverse swept in the final. It was their academy team. Actually, because unfortunately, Demise main roster did get demoted from the UKLC last split, so they've
Courtesy
absorbed the
of
spot that
Viperio.
their yeah, they absorbed the spot that their academy team previously had, and so they're going to be looking to sort of emulate what their academy team did last split, but maybe push on a little bit further.
Absolutely, and if we have the roster to show, I'm big on this team. I've done plenty of research for various forbidden tier lists, which many people will flame for. I am a massive fan of Crisis and this bot lane as well from Demise. I think across the board, this is one of our stronger teams on paper. Looking forward to see how these players evolve, though, because a lot of these players are getting their first chance in the UKL again, because Crisis, of course, saw them in the Proving Grounds. It was on this channel. Seen them in Newell, Terabyte, and Techie. Also looking forward to see how they do as well.
Yeah, and I think that's really what UKL is all about. It's about new players coming through. This is a sort of the first rung on the ladder towards those pro careers where they're trying to build up that experience, play against some high level competition, and really grow as players. So I think Crisis is definitely a player that we need to be keeping an eye out. Rail, what do you think about the general strength of sort of the rest of the team around this rookie jungler?
I mean, generally, you have a seasoned top lane in Endorser. Endorser's been around the scene for a very, very long time as it is. Like Namura also said, there's a very, very strong bot lane built here as well. So they have avenues to play through. For me, I don't know much about Vossen myself, so he's a bit of an unknown factor. And to be honest, this split mid lane in general is kind of an unknown factor. Going into the split, more teams are going to be playing towards that top side. There's so many split push top laners that are just going to create different styles of play here.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting to some of those superstar top laners soon enough. But I like that we're talking about unknown quantities because coming in, the next team that we are going to be having is Nerd Rage. And I think looking at the
Oh
roster that
boy.
they've built for themselves now, Mara, we've got no idea basically.
This is the spicy hot pot. There will be a lot of people who are familiar with mid lane Galul, also known as Armored Dragon, and then this bot lane of Aklis and Nabs. These are more known quantities, and we've also got Malako, who I believe just came off of a split in the GLL as well. There is some experience stacked on this roster. But then we also have this unknown of this top laner of Yujian, who, again, I was kind of like a bit all over the place about, oh, we don't really know where this guy's been playing before, got this one Diamond 1 OPGG that we're looking at, and then we kind of, rated some of the players, and then day or two after doing that, found out there's maybe a Grandmaster account hanging around somewhere, thinking, oh, geez, maybe we've undersold this guy. This is a kind of team which I think is going to be made or broken on how they handle their first couple of losses, because this might be quite a volatile roster that needs that time to gel together. If they get off to the right start, they might be one of our upper end teams, though, looking at the strength of these players on paper. Particularly, Atlas is a very well regarded player in this bot lane pool.
Yeah, and sometimes it's you can't really tell the strength of a roster just by looking at the players. It's all about how they gel on the day and throughout the entire split because you've got to remember the UKL split is a very, very long thing. Demise Academy were on the wrong end of that last split. And a team that actually benefited from the length of the last split was Monster Rugby Gaming because they did go on a little bit of a loss streak, but they started to pick it up towards the end and were just able to win that do or die match against Mythos to re-qualify for the UKEL rail. What are we looking at when we're talking about Monster Rugby here?
I mean, of course, it's me talking about Monster here. I'm their good luck charm. I'm their favorite caster because every game I casted, they literally won. And so coming into this roster, they actually have a lot of upgrades for this team. And I'm looking at this in such a positive way. They picked up Jojo in the top lane, having Longstaff with Keverman, sort of trying to even out that bot lane a bit more. And this team is mainly about can Goose shine? Because when Goose was on form, he was unstoppable. There wasn't many people what could actually slow him down, and it was just a snowball wouldn't stop rolling. Like this team has a lot of potential.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is that this is Goose on a roster which, for me, it looks like one of the top three on paper. I think that their solo lanes and Jojo and Bear Tree, they are experienced. They think about the game a lot. They're very good at being creative and theory crafting. Bear Tree and Longstaff are both UKLC former players too. Tons of veterancy across the board. I'm looking at Goose actually, and I'm wondering, how's he going to do with a more stable team? We're going to talk about that with a similar jungle later on into some of these rosters as well. I genuinely think Munster Rugby are one of our top 3 or 4 serious contenders. I don't think there is one out and out absolute favorite. I don't think you can call GG right from the start of the split like we did do with, the resolves coming through. I do think that Munster this split, though, are a team to be feared.
They have a very good chance, and if they're able to gel with these high quality players that they've brought in, definitely could be a contender towards the sort of top spots. We move on a little bit further now to talk about a team that maybe doesn't have as much experience or pedigree within UKL itself. That is going to be Nox. They came into the open qualifiers, only managed to finish in that sort of fifth to eighth position, but because of shenanigans going on with various teams leaving the UKEL, buyouts and relegations, they have been invited into the league. And I feel like the roster they've put together is one that we could actually see do something
Yeah.
potentially, Rael.
And considering that they chose the color, which is like the UKLC color scheme, I mean, you know that it's going to end up there, right? It's like trying to write it in the cards already. What do you think, Rahel?
I think honestly, this is a team people are going to overlook a lot and underestimate. And I think that's going to be a big talking point for this team. I feel like people are just going to think they're going to be the easy win. They're going to be the team what not really going to expect much from, and then they're going to come out swinging. You have a very very strong top laner in Teddy. Gotcha has been around here before as well, and Ruggers has had a good um time of splits before in elsewhere.
Mm. The thing which I'm really interested about Nox is how they develop because from what we've been hearing with some people connected to the org, it seems like a bit more of a longer term aspiration as well. I really want to see how this team grows. So Ruggers, you look at his OPGG, tons of Galio games, and Galio often goes top lane, and Arcane Teddy is a player which I really want to keep my eyes on because I've heard good things about this top laner. And when we have a league with such strong top laners, and don't worry, we are getting to that one player eventually that we'll keep talking about, having someone who has more of that macro sense is very important to destabilize these swingy matchups in the top side. I've also heard that there's a lot better. That it isn't just that Galio. I know I've oversold that a little bit. Really looking to see how this kind of whole flip, this whole kind of coin flip of mid lane, because I don't know who's going to end up on top of the heap from this mid lane. Seriously, it's quite close among them. But I'm wondering how Ruggers is going to end up in that pile myself.
Yeah, I think when we're looking at mid, there are a few players that we're really seeing as sort of top tier, and then there's about four, five, six that we're all seeing in sort of one big bunch. That really, any of those players, if they step up, if they put in the effort, if they improve over the course of the season, we could see them start to rise to the top of that group. And I like that we're touching on top lane as well, because as you mentioned, we have got some very strong players in that role that we are going to be getting to fairly shortly. But I want to just pivot now and talk about a team that also has a sort of more development focused roster, I would say, and that is Lucendi.
I feel like this is the big unknown quantity for a lot of people because
Mm.
people don't know what to expect with this roster. They could grow and become a super strong roster, but there's not a lot we know what will happen with this roster, really.
And there are some familiar faces here, right? I mean, coming from the university team myself, definitely know Three Nat Show, definitely know Barry. These players have been around and about that scene and made waves there. Synapse was in the UKEL in spring, was a bit of a pressure valve rather than the carry player from that top side, and I wonder if that's going to be stylistically very important for Lucendi to play around the likes of recent Three Nacho. Three Nacho has done very well in a lot of the in-houses that the UK scene has done. Bit weird to rate people based off of that. And then, of course, Noided, also known as Grease, coming in. I'm wondering how that mid jungle dynamic is going to come out because he does have some of the weirder picks too. He can pick up the Ivern, and having the stranger best of one drafts can really help you punch above your weight, even though in my opinion, this is one of the weaker individual brawling rosters. I think stylistically, they could definitely make a dent.
Yeah, and obviously, I want to touch on Berry as well. We talked about mid lane being a bit volatile. Can bring out his Vladimir, which is something to be feared if you're in the UK in-house server. I think he's won so many games
Ah,
and
yes, time
dominated.
to make an involuntary blood donation.
I mean, it is though, because something that we've seen historically in UKL, I think Vayne God was one of the sort of clearest examples of this, is players that are very good on specific champions. So then you start having that interesting dynamic as to do we ban it out and potentially, well, you don't really want to be banning out Vlad in most metas that have emerged. And or do
Against this guy,
you
you do.
want to be, or do you want to leave it open, think maybe we can play something
And
into it and take
Well, I
a
mean,
risk
this
like
is,
that?
but what I think the clearest examples of this last split was actually Kurosh and Fuyu on Demise, because their team was so practiced around playing around a Ryze and a Seraphine to have a stalling bot lane and then really good 1-3-1 pressure later into the game. Demise Academy last split were very successful playing around a couple of key specific champions. If you don't respect Vladimir and stuff like the casted and coming out of a couple of other players or whatever, these teams can absolutely slap you in a best of one format.
And to be honest, the best part about this, which leads us straight onto X7, they have a top laner who literally means Jax Darius, and that just fits into the champions what you just mentioned about. These are the champions you have to ban away unless you have a clear game plan on how you want to play against it. And you look at this roster, it is a pretty stacked roster. They've changed the mid lane, but they probably have the best 2v2 jungle top in the league on
Absolutely.
paper.
Yeah.
And when you got a jungler like Anonymous, you are pretty much limitless.
Yeah, I think that you can argue about so many roles, but Anonymous is the jungler with all eyes on them. It's in my opinion, the UKL is in arms race to decide who can take the teeth out of Raider and Anonymous. Because I think that while there is some competition in top lane, there are some notable names. And actually, jungle is by no means weak. I just
Yeah.
think the gap between Anonymous and the second and third contenders is considerable. And I think that will end up then leaking pressure into the top side for X7 and makes them probably the favorites for this split. But again, we talked about favorites coming into last split. Didn't go quite so simply as that.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have favorites because inevitably they will fall down. And I think it's interesting that we do talk about this top jungle. Does that mean that we're looking at X7's bot lane possibly being someplace that other teams like Lucendi, perhaps? We talk about Three Nature and Reese being very strong for them. Is this a place that we think they could attack Rail?
Um,
Well, importantly enough, this roster as a general or undefeated in the promotion split when they came in, they didn't lose a single game. And funny enough, there was so much pressure put towards top trying to stop Raider that some of the games it was just bot lane carrying. So they have multiple
yeah,
threats
Sin's
in this
Ezreal was
team comp.
nasty in the open qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly that. Like Sin was untouched in team fights, just free hitting people, and it just falls into the fact that people are gonna look to shut down Raider. People are gonna look to stop this top lane monster on split pushing when they think, okay, this is their own game plan, right, on paper. And then no, this bot lane just comes out of nowhere and starts swinging.
Yeah, and so I guess the unknown here is how Ketsuo is going to come into the team because this is not the same mid laner that they had during their qualification run. And Ketsuo is less of the, from what I've seen of their RPGs and other stuff, less of the mage player, which can kind of stall and then support the strong top side. And they're a bit more of their own melee kind of Yasuo, Silas Yone kind of player in the mid lane who wants to be the playmaker too. I wonder if that opens up some options for mid jungle combos, which can again kind of turn around in draft. But the question is, if the draft really needs it, can they play the Oriana? Can they play the other stuff, which can then balance out the team? Or actually, are they just that damn good that they don't need to? Again, mid lane, a bit of an unknown for us coming into this split. There's a lot for these mid laners to prove, and I'm not saying that just because I made the role.
But talking of mid jungle duos, the next team that we're talking about, London Academy, has one that have been playing together for a little while. Peru and Fidel. They played on Parental Guardians in the open qualifiers, weren't quite able to make it in, but London Academy picking up a spot in UKL at the very last minute have put together a roster, which I think is fair to say is a bit more development focused than some of the other ones we're seeing.
Oh, by no means bad though. I mean, you look back to the student proving grounds. Admuoto, was playing up against the likes of Jojo, who is, again, quite well regarded within the scene. And I was particularly impressed by Admuoto and how good they were at controlling their lane. I think their lane management is good for this level of play. They do play a lot of the bruisers, a lot more of your self-sufficient top laners. I think that means that you can kind of just gank the lane once, and Peru does play Zac, so has that long range gank potential. They play a lot of Zac, by the way. Seriously, it's
It's
crazy.
it's
Um,
disgusting. It's not
so I
okay.
think that if this team ends up finding a way to stabilize top lane and then it'll use the hyper ganking junglers that Peru has tended to play, this could be again a stylistic team that could do well at this league. Question is, can they do that for a split for the entirety of the split? It is a very long regular season, and how much time are they going to need to gel together as well?
The
Eh,
funniest part about the part you mentioned earlier as well, Namira, is
Mhm.
Admiral Odo. You cannot dive this man. And people learn that the hard way. You could nickname this guy to Chadmo Odo because you cannot dive this guy. People came up top, two, three people. He'd get a double kill, or get single kill, and get out. And he's a really seasoned top laner. And coming into a roster like this, already talked about the 2v2 with the jungle mid. That can really just bring in that experience to help this bot lane as well.
Its bot lane is a little bit they haven't been in competitive for a little bit of a while. Rushex and Outwitted both took a year out from playing in, I believe it was the Telia Ligens in Norway. So not really people that we've seen around the UK scene before, but they do have that veteran status. They've been playing competitive a fair bit, and hopefully they'll be able to guide players like Fadel and Applewodo that maybe haven't had that much of an exposure to the competitive scene.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think so. This is the thing about this bot lane. I have a bit of a bad read on these two because I only started casting a year and a half ago. So I'm sat here and like, okay, this is my first impression of this bot lane, and I think there are some really strong bot lanes coming into this. I mean, we already kind of talked about how Demise with Techie and Terabyte, one to keep an eye on. We have the Monster bot lane, which we're going to talk about as well, and they're just like there are lots of people that they have to kind of show up again and show that actually this year out is one that's been good for them. They're coming in hot.
Talking
Yeah,
about coming in hot. Sorry to cut you off, Middle Cup, because we don't want to stay on this one for too long because we have another
you
London to
saw
talk
the
about.
segue. You saw the segue. Go
I
for it,
saw
my
the
man.
segue because look at London United coming into this split. They have a very, very stacked roster
Yeah.
and a scary one in that because Dunlossie was on a weaker team before coming onto this roster. And now he's surrounded by so much better players and just a stronger roster in general. He has a lot of potential in this roster. He has a lot of avenues to play through as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna really enjoy comparing how Dunlossie does to Goose because we saw both of them have, the incredible Hecarim performances in spring, which almost carried Munster Rugby on their miracle run, and then Dunlossie again on Mythos, similar kind of story, right? Both of these junglers are now they're off the leash. They have what are seemingly strong individual players on their teams. Blank, big fan of. They were substitute on the Demise Academy roster. They played one game as top lane, so not in their favorite role. But Blank is a player which is very strong in the team fight phase. Need to see how they link up with Nizar, one of the better supports at this level too. Actually, in many people's opinions, the best support at this level. I mean, I'm a big fan of Longstaff as well and the experience that they bring. But I think Nizar and Blank are one of the better duos that we can see at this level. And that is without talking about this top laner who I have heard quite concerning things about how good they are.
And this is
Yeah.
like the third one to look at, really, because we have more or less a group of three out of the carry top lane is what we're looking at. And I think that's Raider, Teddy, and Icy Gale. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on
And
these
then the
guys to
unknown of
perform.
Yujian from Nerd Rage.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on these guys to perform, but there's also going to be a lot of pressure from teams just looking towards them and feeling like, okay, they want to split push, they want to play Fiora, they want to play this. How do we stop this? We're going to camp the crap out of them. But like you said, the likes of Blank and Niza are happy with that. Camp top lane, bot lane will carry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm actually really interested personally because of the strength of top lanes. And he's like, oh, wait, that's like 3 Fiora players we've talked about already. Oh, that's a lot of Jax. Oh, wait, what the hell? That's a Darius. I'm wondering how many teams are going to have the best of one cheese drafts to, like you were saying, either just dump on top lane and have some really strong ganking combinations, or do something like we've seen. It's been a little bit out of date at this point, but you see it occasionally. Are we going to see lane swaps? Are we going to see people going, no, you're not getting farm. We're going to pick Scion. We're going to chuck him on the other side of the map, execute the jungle camps, and stick him under a turret and make sure that we have our 2v1 at that point. It's
Well,
dangerous, particularly against the more experienced players that we do have in this league. They will have been around during more of that lane swap meta. Interesting to see if anyone can start pulling that off, though, or in any other way, start denying agency from these incredibly strong split push top laners.
I'm happy you talk about the split push more because the fact that Tristana is a very annoying person right now. You'll see her everywhere, everywhere and anywhere. And you can play a bot, you can play a top, you can play a mid lane. So it's like she is going to be a very key factor in this
Well,
meta as well against these split pushes.
yeah. And just one last point on this, because Middlecourt, we will let you talk at some point. We're now hosting you.
It's fine.
It's the
It's
things that
fine.
because there are a lot more AP junglers coming into meta, we're seeing a lot more AD mid laners, which do have that split push pressure. You can pick a lot of your stuff like your Tristanas, your Lucians, and yes, they've been meta for a while. It's just now easier to put them into the draft, and that's also easier again because stuff like Gwen is enabled. That's an AP damage top lane. It means again, it's less emphasis to put that into the mid lane. You can pick yourself something which can move out into the sidelines after getting that early priority, start knocking down towers, and play split push from another role. Go on then. You can talk,
Yeah,
Middlecourt.
sorry,
You're
I've
allowed.
had a little bit of a production issue, so I missed a little bit of what you were saying, but I'm sure it was very
Oh,
intelligent
it's
and
the most
articulated.
valuable. You know me.
Yeah, no. So now that we've gone through all the teams, I think it'd be a good time for us to just very
Make a
quickly
tier
give a
list.
sort
Yes.
of. We've done tier list to death, Nightmare. We're not doing another one of those. But if we could just sort of have a holistic look at the league and just sort of say what sort of teams do we expect near the top of the table and who do we think are going to be a little bit lower down? I'll come to you first, Rail.
Oh, I thought you was gonna start in the mirror. I know he's happy to get going with this one, but
All right,
um,
we'll hold the reins, okay? We won't let him go just yet.
generally looking at the teams, the two ones actually three ones I should say what stand out to me is Demise, X7, and London United. These are the three teams what stand out the most to me. This Demise roster obviously very strong on paper. It's just whether they're going to be able to keep together and just be as strong as the Demise what we previously had against evidently stronger teams this time around.
Yeah, I think just in general, the level of the UKL has stepped up pretty intensely this split. We have some very high elo players. We have some people coming in with UKLC experience in other regions. I think that the other team which I'd want to put into the talk for the top 3, 4 is Munster. Of course, you mentioned X7, London United, and Demise. I think you can draw some parallels between what we could see coming out of Munster and also Lucendi, because I think these are teams with a bit more of that experience, even though they might not be there playing through individual carry performances. I think that holistically as a team, if they get things firing on all cylinders right from week one, we could see them make a real push towards the end of the split. Because let's be honest, the teams which succeeded last split were the ones which developed better, not the ones which came hot out the gate. We saw some great week one performances. I think we saw that from one of the London, yeah, from the London team in spring, and then also from Nerd Rage as well, and Demise. And then you realize actually Viperia and Hive, which then became Lucent, had 0-2 stars. And then they brought it on later and later into the split. Hell, even Munster brought it together from that very awkward start that they had. They made the necessary changes. There's going to be a lot of pressure put onto the backroom staff to make sure you can keep up with the pace of this ever increasing talented league.
Yeah, it's a fast pace, but it's a marathon and not a sprint. It's all about how long you can last and making sure that you don't falter towards the end. We are going to be going over to our first game of the evening very soon. It's going to be London Academy versus London
I I
United.
already made the first mistake of the broadcast of calling one
I
of the teams London, and well, thanks guys. It's yeah.
Mm.
And that bombshell, we are going to head to a break very quickly. When we come back, it is going to be Viperin and Melvin Izzle taking you through the action for this spicy derby game for game one of the UKL Summer Split 2021.
It's not
Would you look at that? It's UKEL Summer 2021, and we're going directly into our first game of the evening between London Esports. Straight into bits and bats, Dominic.
My favourite part of the video game. We get to kick off today with our London versus London match. Can't wait to see who everybody votes for in chat to win this one. As there goes a Gwen straight away. We have got solo queue players galore coming into this matchup.
And this is something that the desk talked about a little bit as well. Nocturne also going to be that style of champion, where we don't 100% know what style of pick and ban we're going to see from any of the teams coming into this tournament. So many new faces means that it's really going to be a massive toss-up, and with Karma and Zach also being taken off the table, maybe not the most traditional bans.
Loving it. This is taking priority away from the jungle. We were talking about in our little pre-game discussion that this game is very jungle-centric. Dunlossie, we remember them from last, but they're coming in and this is their time to prove themselves, whereas Puru on the other side, they're trying to, you know, rebuild some reputation, and these are priority picks for them. The Zac, the Lee Sin taken away. These are both very annoying champions, as here comes Rumble.
Yeah, Freak, you're not going to be pleased about that one. Could be most likely in the jungle, but also has that flexibility into the solo lanes. We'll have to see what London United decide is their options for where they want to prioritize. Of course, got a couple of picks, and as you said, a lot of meta strong champions still left on the table because of all of these targeted bans. Xin Zhao is a champion that a lot of people have been talking about on social media recently as being a little bit overtuned, and we're going to see it firsthand.
Dunlossie puts the early game. They will be ganking you before you realize you're actually loaded into the match. And this could make its way into top lane. And I'm just going to say that now because iScale, they have got a very bizarre champion pool. They have got things like the Rengar, like the Talon in the top lane, mind you. This isn't just them playing mid lane. So frankly, expect anything. And that is one of the main reasons we see Gwen already banned away in our first game.
Unlikely to be Jinx top, though. That one will probably be going into the hands of Blank, a player that I know Twitch chat is going to be absolutely hyped to see starting for an org in the UKEL this time around. Loads of hype about this player when he was on Demise Academy last season, although only in a sub spot. But he's been given the nod here by the United team, and we'll have to see what performance he can put in on the hyper carry. And speaking of hyper carries, there's Tristana. Nymera said that this one could go mid, could also go down in the bot lane.
Could be that flex pick. Obviously pairs very well having the physical and the magic damage between the mid jungle, if we assume that's Trist and Rumble in those roles. Fidel, they have the Galio as a pretty disgusting pick in their pocket, but other than that, they seem to default to ADCs. That Rel, though, makes me think it's probably heading bot for this Trist.
Yeah, great disengage, a good amount of engaged follow-up as well. Definitely a strong champion to put in the support role to give Outwitted for his debut game in the UKEL for this split. It looks like London United are looking towards their support, and it's going to be the Alistair being locked in. And as we move to the second round of bans, it looks like bot lanes and jungles are all cleared up, but there is some flexibility as Wukong taken off the table.
Always got to be wary when you have new players. First game of the split, not just first game of the day, so you need to be paying attention. If you miss one little pick, somebody could pull out a surprise one, especially looking at London United. They've got that fifth pick. Now it's trying to fish out what they might be saving as a surprise to show you up later, as that Zoe is taken away from Kusei. They've got a lot of these disgusting solo queue picks like the LeBlanc, the Cassidin, that can just run you down in lane if you make even the slightest mistake.
You mentioned it perfectly there. They've got the counter pick, London United. Are they going to put it mid? Are they going to put it top? Is Xin Zhao going to be that top laner? And are they going to hold off and try and keep a little bit of flexibility? Make a couple of questions still be asked with Silas, Wukong, Zoe, and that wasn't perfect timing, but LeBlanc is going to be the final ban of this game. So not going to be an option, sadly. We'll have to see what Kusei, iScale, or Dunlossie is going to lock in.
Ooh, I like the Akali as an idea. That is a flex pick between themselves and the top lane, so doesn't even guarantee where this Xin Zhao is going, and could be the answer that you need for London United, because it fits with that kind of playmaking style, and also allows them to really kind of style on this lane. When we're looking at Kusei's champion pool, everything screamed to me that this player loves to style on you, and this champion could do it if that makes its way to mid.
A player that we're really excited to see get going on a solo carry, solo Q style champion, and there's very few stronger than Akali at doing just that. The Gala you mentioned already has just been locked in by London Esports Academy.
does strike me as a bit peculiar, banning away the Silas and then allowing the Galio to go over, because when you lock in Akali, Galio is more than happy with this matchup because she's got to get into taunt range to get a lot of her DPS, so we'll have to see. That looks like we're going to get a proxy pick at the very end of the draft. We'll find out what that is for you shortly.
Watching the matchday production chat just to see. I mean, could be Rumble top of Moo jungle. Fingers crossed.
Never know. Never know.
I think that's probably unlikely. We'll have to see what London United want to be picking up in likely the top lane with all the champions. We've got Amuru's Renekton, which does make a lot more sense. So what is going to be picked into the Crocodile? We'll have to wait and see a couple of seconds.
Kennen.
Being locked
Okay.
in. What do you
Not
make
what I
of
was
that top lane
expecting.
matchup?
Yeah, that is, I'm going to say an old school one as far as it goes. The Kennen has been out of the meta for a little while now. I'm assuming that's not a proxy pick, but you never know. But we'll go off of the assumption that it is Kennen versus Renekton. We have the ranged bully. Oh,
Oh, no,
we've been
Kennen
told
is
it
a
was a
placeholder.
placeholder. Let's find
I've
out
seen
what
one
it
of
was.
our lovely admins is currently typing in chat in the Discord. So we'll leave the top lane to the side a little bit, and we can have a look a little bit more of that Akali Galio matchup, because on the surface it seems like Galio is a really great pick into Akali just because of the way the abilities work. And you talked about Galio being a strong pick for Fatal. So what's kind of the logic of banning Silas, picking Akali, and letting Galio through?
The logic for Akali, we kind of went over a little bit of it's a flex pick, so it didn't give away necessarily. Could have gone into the top side, but when you pick that Renekton with the Galio, it kind of says, well, Akali is not fond of going up against Renekton in lane phase because of how bad she is in the very early game after her most recent mini rework, which means that she's kind of forced to do that. So it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors here, where United ended up calling a bluff and saying, well, you don't really get to play around this flex, and then Academy saying, actually, no, we do. Now you have to send it mid lane, otherwise you're in for a bad time.
And we've got confirmation that the Kennen is actually Rengar.
Oh,
So
yes.
you mentioned this one to me in pre-game. You were saying, look, Isogale likes these AD kind of assassin top laners. Rengar, what's he gonna feel like going into a Renekton though?
Well, one of the main reasons that Rengar is going to be okay in this matchup is because they can effectively cleanse the Renekton stun, and he goes in for a big burst trade, and Rengar uses that Savage Roar to regain all the HP from the trade, and suddenly Adam Wodo's sat there thinking, wait a minute, how do I actually play into this matchup? Because it's very obscure, you don't see it often, and it's something that they're going to be very, very experienced on, because everyone plays Renekton. Not many people play top Rengar.
That's true. You see it from time to time, but not really a strong meta competitive pick that we see very frequently. But even we're back in Champ Select because we had those proxies, but just looking at the champions top to bot as they are being picked up, London United's team composition, and I'm using some air quotes there, doesn't seem like the most cohesive of units. It does look very much like if the players are better, then they snowball and win. But if things are even going towards the later stages, it's really on blank shoulders.
I really like that point because you can almost see the just complete antithesis on the other side of the map. You have the solo queue. Everybody on London United has agency to win this game. Not a single person lacks it, and at any point in the game, somebody will be able to just solo dominate. Whereas on Academy, this is a very cohesive draft. It's clear how they want to play. You see Rel, you see Galio, you see Rumble. Bada bing, you're done. That's it. You've got a whole comp right there. The Renekton and the Tristana are just the real, like, extra things that pad out the early game and the late game, respectively. So it's a very different set of styles we got here. And in the first game of the season, you know what? I feel like we may be a bit surprised if the solo Q1 comes out on top. Doesn't mean it can't.
It doesn't, and because of so many of these players being new, not having been seen on our screens for a little while or at all even, who's to say if the solo queue composition where the 1v1 potential, the mechanics and the technical micro skill is so much stronger? Because as you said, there are champions in this London Esports Academy roster. They all work together pretty well, and they've got the damage and the people for the early and late game. But Renekton's not going to be a good early game pick if Isogale gets 2 solo kills on him. Tristana isn't going to be that late game carry if she's 3 levels and 2 items behind the Jinx. So what are we expecting to it's a difficult question to ask as I'm saying it.
I'm ready. This is hype.
what do we expect to see in the early stages of this game?
Alright, we'll start with easy mode, bot lane. The
Okay.
only way that we get real action down here is something from Rushex and Outwitted in the level 1-2, where they try and play onto Nyza and Blank before they get the Alistair headbutt to disengage the combo. That's really the main time we can expect action down there. Otherwise, we've seen Rel Alistair possibly 1,000 times now across assorted pro play, and in this matchup, it's whoever goes in first loses. So basically neither team should want to do stuff down there. We can then roll our way up until the mid lane, and which side of this matchup do you want to talk about first?
I think something that I want to kind of, and I want to drag the junglers into this one a little bit, is from talking to analysts and talking to a lot of casters about how they like mid-jungle duos to be set up. It's quite rare for casters to like mid-jungle duos that are designed with double AD or double AP. And Xin Zhao and Akali are both very good. Xin Zhao especially can do horrible things early. Is Galio and Rumble really going to be able to respond effectively when they are this double AP kind of combination?
Yes, and there's a big reason for that. It's because when Rumble got their massive insurgents into the jungle, part of that change was because on the harpoons that he's got, if he's overheated, that shreds MR, which means that when you pair them with a magic damage dealer like the Galio, in the early game, it can do unexpected amounts of damage, especially if you focus on the Akali after a taunt that enables Rumble to full combo you. Easily, that becomes a 1v2 for the Xin Zhao, and suddenly Dunlossie's standing there thinking, wait a minute, this was not how it was meant to go down. So it's very execution based, and I think for these 2v2s, it's whoever forces the ticket first wins. Basically the opposite to the bot lane.
Interesting, and I'm going to leave top lane on a bit of an island for a moment, or potentially not with this next one, but if you're looking at the two junglers in this game, where would you expect them to be keeping their eyes peeled? Do you think it's going to be playing in that 2v2 mid, or is there another lane which either or both will be more interested in?
I think for this top matchup, it's possibly the most snowbally out of either way, so I would expect junglers to play at least some attention up to there. The thing is, if you're Puru looking into this game, you're less likely to know the Renekton Rumble matchup than Icy Gale is to know the Rengar plus anything against anything, so you're going to be kind of guessing your windows. You're imagining level 3, that's standard. You can have the Renekton do the stun into the Rumble combo, that sounds like it should work. But if Rengar's prepared for that and they end up getting to Savage Roar, cleanse themselves, run away at no cost, suddenly you look a bit silly. Whereas Icy Gale, they're going to be dictating this lane, and I expect them to be calling Dunlossie up there whenever they know it's a good window, which means that it should go in the United favor.
I'm really excited to see these two junglers back on the Rift. And I say back on the Rift, Dunlossie, of course, played last season on Mythos and actually got relegated with that roster. Puru returning from summer 2020, I want to say, but it was definitely a 2020 season where he was on Lucendi. But both of these players are individually very talented, very good junglers, but both have kind of disappointed in terms of how their teams have performed and how they've finished seasons. And a lot of people talk about these junglers and say, look, Dunlossie built different, really great. Very disappointing that he got relegated. Elo held a little bit with some of the plays that were made on that roster last split. Puru, again, that Lucendi roster, like, he played very well. It was his rookie season. The roster got rebuilt halfway through. So a lot of eyes have said, like, we can kind of put an asterisk next to both of them, say, great junglers, extenuating circumstances. But for Dunlossie especially, this is his third season in the UKEL, I want to say. And a bottom half finish for him on a roster that so many people are so hyped about wouldn't reflect hugely well. And for Puru on the same time, a lot of people are saying think is going to win this game, looking at the way that the teams have drafted just before any action occurs?
I'm going to put my money on United, and I think that is going to be because while I prefer the Academy team comp in concept, lack of proficiency, lack of expertise in these matchups may end up proving their downfall. And I feel like if Icy Gale gets to really flex what we've all been told to be careful of in this Rengar pick, with Dunlossie as this super proactive early game force, then it must be impossible to play, surely.
I'm fascinated to see how this game goes, especially in that top lane between Reddington and Rengar. But there's a whole heap of the map elsewhere as well. Admodo not having a brilliant time, does need to back away. And Reddington's usually this really strong early game bully, and in this matchup, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Yep, playing into Rengar, very abusive with that Conqueror stack. It means that now when they tag over to, well, level 2, actually, they're not even there yet. They're just zoning Renekton off of minions. Once they get to level 3, they can insta-stack and potentially get an early first blood very easily.
Very, very close. Rengar not having a Ignite was the only thing standing between Amoedo and dying, being the first death of the UKEL 2021 Summer Split. For all of you trivia fans, you can save that one for your next pub quiz, but managed to survive just about. And in fact, everyone is surviving just about. Bot lane, again, you said unlikely to be too much action down here, and it seems like it's proving to be the case.
This is just brutality watching this top lane. I'm assuming Icy Gale isn't proficient enough to tower dive at this point in the game, so let's just take a look at the jungle before it gets invaded, because this Rumble, not very safe in the early few levels, especially when you have 2 junglers collapsing on you.
Yeah, Icy Gale jumping on through, forcing the flash already. Puru needs to try and get away with that double buff. Dunlossie coming through as well, getting the damage, getting the first blood. Going over to Zinzao as Puru denied in his own jungle. And the bot side, Niza gets a very nice headbutt to disengage Rush X. And it looks like there'll be a little bit of follow-up, but nothing too exciting happening down there. But it is going to be London United picking up the first kill.
Attempted counterplay by Academy there to at least get something done in Solstice of that top side, but will not be able to. This top side is getting very scary, and we are merely 3 minutes into the game as a little trade happens in the mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit, and it looks like Dunlossie might want to get involved. Crusade getting the damage down, but Dunlossie cannot find the slow. Looking to dive on through, won't be able to do so, and he's just going to run through the mid lane.
And one of the reasons that I think that United will be able to take this game, as there's an attempted trade in the top side, and just look at that, level up on Adam Wodo, you can't do anything, is because in the jungle, one of the ways you attack Morgana, attack Rumble, these early game kind of weak state AP junglers, is with stuff like the Zinzao. You constantly aggress onto them, and while that was mostly Icy Gale's Rengar, 2 early game junglers is better than 1.
Ooh, Outwitting might have been caught out and will be taking low dives away. The exhaust onto Blank will keep him from moving forward. Teleport coming down as well. Completely disengages any of the damage. Fatal keeping everyone alive. Ammoda might be looking for a tower dive, looking for a stun. Gets the damage, gets the kill on the top side for London Esports Academy. The Crocodile's sick and fed up of this lane and grabs a kill.
Very greedy from Icy Gale, sticking around under that tower. Well played by Adam Wodo, though, managing to get a return kill on their own and get out, most importantly. With those minions crashing into the top lane tower, this means that the lane state is slightly salvaged, because as we saw in the level 1, Rengar is most abusive when they have bush control. But if Renekton can freeze this under tower after it pushes back out, suddenly those bushes become a whole lot less relevant, and Icy Gale cannot stretch their muscles and try and dominate this lane as they have been up until that point there.
And poking and trading just becomes so much more difficult for the Rengar if he's not able to dive directly out of the bush. So Amoedo might have found himself a lifeline, and actually not too far behind in farm even. Neither of the top laners was doing too much of the last hitting in the first 5 minutes of the game from what we usually expect to see from players at this level. But fighting and trading is always much more enjoyable to watch than just randomly hitting minions.
And randomly hitting champions is what we're seeing right here. Adam Wodo is not allowed to step up to that line where the siege minion is standing. They do have Puru here, but I don't know if they're even favored.
True. Amoedo needs to be careful. It is a 2v1, but the Crocodile's already gone so low. Dive on and killed. It's now 1v1, and Icy Gale picks up his ultimate, looking to get the damage down onto Peru. Diving out once, twice, gets the double. Icy Gale turns on the style and makes the Academy pay.
An expert in their craft, you cannot attack this Rengar. Clearly just a bit of jitters getting them killed in that level 4 moment as they return, continue dominance. And this is the 3rd person sent to this top lane in the past 30 seconds or so. Fidel has not actually got to play their own lane at this rate. They've just been going across the map trying to patch the wounds of their team so far.
Yeah, teleport bot to stop a fight there, moving top to clear out the minion wave. They've sent Admiral Odo mid to go up against Kusei in this mid lane. Renekton versus Akali. Will she be found? Actually going to stop the recall and dive it away to safety, which is always nice to see Kusei giving some respect over. But London United 3-1 up after the 6.5 minute mark. It looks like what you were predicting might be coming to pass, at least for now.
For the moment, we were talking about how the Academy squad doesn't get to come online until after 6, after they get to team fights, so they aren't meant to be ahead here, but the fact that they're behind is already problematic, because if you didn't have an answer to Icy Gale in concept, which I don't think their team comp does, then you really wanted to at least avoid them getting to their initial win con. And right now, they've actually sent them down to double jungle this dragon and potentially invade onto this side, maybe even fish for Rumble in their own jungle.
Dragon should be secured. There isn't really much contest from London Esports Academy. You've got Rumble on that side of the map, will be spotted out on a ward and is just going to be doing the red. First Dragon, not really worth contesting, not really worth fighting over too much, but it will be secured by London United, who'll be happy to pick up the first global objective of the match. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, not something we talked about too much, Kusei and Fatal, even though Fatal's been up and around the map quite a lot, still up about a wave in CS.
Does have the ultimate here, may need it for bot side, as Dunlossie is able to make a play at any moment.
Down. Fatal is walking on down. Puru here as well, so London United do need to be a bit careful about engaging. This full information will manage to engage. Here comes the heroic entrance. Blank is in trouble for flashing away from the knockup. Nizer not so lucky. Dunlossie gonna be taken down as well. Kusei did teleport in, but not interested in getting involved. Will run tail between legs back to mid lane. But that's a dub for London Esports Academy in the top side though. And one needs to be super careful. Does have the dominance available actually. So maybe looking to bait, wasn't able to find it, but London Esports Academy even up the scoreline and tried to grab themselves and play it, but Kusei is here, just making sure that everyone stays away from the tower as Blank will clean up the wave.
Keeping them honest, not allowing them to take plates, and it looks like Icy Gale has forced Adam Wodo to use that Dominus without using their own ultimate. This is very significant because it means if they do not manage to at least get our hearty trade down now, Icy Gale will just be able to get back to their shenanigans in a moment's notice. Now, bot lane, we saw level 6s came down. Very nicely done from Academy. That was how they pulled themselves back into this game. Only down a few hundred gold and a dragon. Not exactly out of the game. They're in a fine spot.
Well, it does to be careful taking a little bit of a trade. But Ice Gale, as you said, now has the advantage in any of these scraps. But the game has been all action so far, which is exactly what we talked about before coming on broadcast. We said we wanted these teams to come into the early couple of weeks in the UKEL and look to try and skill each other, look to try and show off exactly what they can do. So many rookies, so many new faces. There isn't time for anyone to be tentative, to play it safe really. And while London Esports Academy have got the safer draft with the more standard composition, they're not messing around with playing it very back and safe. Amberona needs to be a little bit safer though. Flashing away from Dunlossie does manage to survive the fight, but can't really get involved. Sits and watches as Puru goes down. Dunlossie using the ultimate just to finalize that kill and grab his team the lead.
Beautifully done by Icy Gale right there, and what we saw was Peru actually used the equalizer to clear the minion wave to try and remove pressure so Adam Wodo would be able to TP back after this play happened. But because they ended up using it over there, they had to get in range, ended up getting picked, but hold on, Blank is getting forced on here.
Yeah, but not going to be caught out. Nizer will be, gets the flash away from the knockup, and Blank going to return a little bit of damage, puts the zap, puts the rockets, and completely dissuading any further play. Kusei starting to move on down. There's a tower there, but it's not going to hit anyone because the minion wave is in a good position. Wood gets a nice flash and will remount to escape. Kusei not going to be quick enough to get any return kills, but a play from London Esports Academy that just gains them nothing.
Very well done by the United bottom lane there. Nizer, good proactive trade to lose their flash there, but disengage the play, allowed them to chase down and end up trading the support flashes. And with bush control, if you're the support that still has a lot of HP, you're in a wonderful spot right now. You know Rumble's on their way down because of an early ward they were spotted on. You see question mark ping on the map. They know exactly where they are. Means that you could go for this early reset now, come back on the map with item spikes, and be ready to potentially contest that dragon in a minute 30.
And it's only second dragon, so again, it's not something that you want to be throwing too many bodies on if you don't think that you can safely contest it. But with there not being that much of a lead, Wood actually needs to be careful though. He's pretty low, and Nice, and maybe they're looking to get a
Equalize
stun down.
well.
Rift Herald being put top, equalized up for Peru. They're going to engage right onto Black. There's the equalizer, there's the damage. Black going to move towards the alcove, but will explode. The Alistair's going to survive a little bit long, but 1v3. There's just no way Rush X is going to be able to get the last all attack down. Actually, Outwitted picks it up with the Ignite, but in the top side, first tower going down. Admirodo 2v1, 3v1 if you count Shelly in. Gets the second charge. Actually, a lot of damage coming down from Icy Gale. I don't think the dive is going to be on here in the top side, but excellent play to get the first tower.
Is going to end up keeping the gold lead despite losing both of their bot lane members. A bit overzealous from the United bot side. They tried to stick around so they could end up getting Jinx over to that mythic gold threshold. As you see, Tristana with those kills got to back and pick up the Kraken Slayer, along with actually the plated steel caps, importantly, to try and at least survive Icy Gale, who has gone for the Gore Drinker in tow.
It's just one of those games where you look at the enemy team, you look at the fact that you're a marksman, and you just sigh. Because Xin Zhao, Rengar, Akali, Alistair, doesn't seem like the most super interactive gameplay experience that we'll ever see, but we'll have to see if these teams want to interact around this dragon. Mountain Drake, second one on the map. London United are the ones who have control over the area, but Esports Academy able to pick up some domination in the mid lane in terms of wave control, but this dragon going down so quickly, it's going to have to be a steal. If anything, it's not even going to be attempted. London United pick themselves up their second dragon, and it's going to be Ocean for the first game of the UKEL summer.
And to bring it back to our junglers we were talking about in the loading screen, and when we were just discussing who needs to be getting stuff done, Peru, they have gone bot lane and they've got good plays down there, but because of these early topside forces, I'm going to pause there. Well, this is a kill.
Yeah, Moedo needs to be a little bit careful. Does have dominance and is going to pop it. Akali going to be forced to back away. Kusei just maybe waiting out this ultimate to try and get a re-engage down. No one even remotely close to this. Only Peru on the top side of the map. And it looks like it's just going to be both top laners walking away.
Kusei managing to force out the Dominus at the cost of nothing but their intimidating presence. Sending Icy Gale down here, though, does mean they are potentially at risk because Rel can Magnet Storm to pull Rengar out of their jump. Doesn't look like that'll be the most immediate outplay happening, but it's definitely something to note in these skirmishes, because with that exhaust up on Rush X, you don't really get to do much as Icy Gale in this lane.
Yeah, you haven't got the ability to dive on and get that kill because your damage is mitigated, and Rush X just happily going to be taking plates, putting damage down. And as we hit the 14-minute mark, looking at how these two teams are going, it is the 1.5k gold lead for London United, and we expected them to be ahead at this stage, but are they ahead enough to be happy with their position?
I think they are not far enough ahead, and more importantly, they're not far enough ahead in the right places. You look at top side, that's exactly what you expected. You wanted this to be like your standard. But then mid lane, really good stuff from Kusei. This is exactly what we're expecting when they got their proficient picks. They're just playing it pretty nicely, and they don't need to do much yet. It's early game Akali. Later on, they're going to make Rush X's life absolute hell, even with that Rel and Galio in tow, but it's this bot lane. The fact that they had that overstep in the first few levels when they were going to reset for that dragon, they still got the Drake, but now Rush X is far enough ahead that they can actually contest. These aren't just decisive skirmishes plays over to United, and it means that now Academy at least have a way to hold on for all intents and purposes until they get to team fight properly.
And I mean, when they get to team fighting, Tristana having that extra item, having those extra components, is going to be absolutely terrifying. And it gives London Esports Academy a player to play around, someone to look to and say, you're in a dominant position over your opponent. You're the way that we're going to be winning any place that get us back into the game. So let's get amongst it. And Tristana being that champion, it's not a bad thing.
Completely so. When you're looking at these teammates you have around them, it's all about setup. Everything on your team is just free real estate for Tristana to follow up on, provided they don't get popped by Icy Gale first, because every time we pan down here, it is just unfair to watch. And I'm just going to throw it out there, he's playing Rengar top and rolled Ocean Rift in the first game, so you know, truly Destiny wants to see Icy Gale succeed. More bushes on the map now means Rengar can hop around in these river skirmishes in a world that he otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Disappointing that we're not seeing Dunlossie's Ivern with the Rengar top.
True.
That would have been a lot of fun, but
I would have had a lot of fun.
oh, I would have just like muted my mic for like the first 7 or 8 minutes of the game and just let you talk. It's the same thing when Doctor sees an Ivern. I just don't talk for the rest of the champ select. It's fine. But we have got a little bit of a pause, a disconnect on Peru that we're trying to get resolved as soon as possible. But let's take stock of what we're looking at and what we should expect to see next. Because as you said, London United have a lead. Look, it looks pretty good, and a lot of stuff is coming online for them now. And I mean, if they're going to have a target, it has to be Tristana. She's the one with all the kills. She's the one with that gold lead. How are London United going to kind of snowball and turn this lead into a win against the composition that, as the game goes later and later, probably eclipses them?
Most important part for them is if Blank and Niza can play safely as the 3 component of this 1-3-1, because I would actually prefer to see a almost 1-2-1 situation where Dunlossie just hides in a side lane and then jumps somebody who oversteps, because that's how you beat Tristana here, is by either picking them off by them having overstep, but that's relying on mistakes, or more likely, use these side lanes and win with those, because Akali will get to a point where Galio can't handle them. Riftmaker and Toe now, they are going to do a lot of damage in these trades, and it's going to get only worse and worse for Fidel. Then topside, we've seen it all game, how annoying it is for Icy Gale to really just bully Adam Wodo under tower, so I think you just want to see the map split apart. They've got early dragons, which is great for the 1-3-1 comp, because it means you're not going to be forced to come to every Ocean Drake at risk of losing soul, because you've got at least 20 minutes before that can happen now.
And taking the first 2 dragons does mean that they've got that 20 minutes. They've got that, okay, we can kind of let them grab a dragon if it's not a great fight. Third dragon is always a really telling dragon in terms of how the teams interact around it. Is there going to be a big fight? If there is, that is usually the first indicator of who's in a great position in the game. Because 1,000 gold in pocket in a 5v5 seems like quite a bit, but if it's not in the right places, then it is going to be problematic. And it's going to be fascinating to see, A, how Roshex plays on this Tristana, coming in a bit of an unknown quantity and now having all of this pressure, but also how this London Esports Academy roster, which is newer players, younger players coming through, they built themselves a draft which needs to be played pretty perfectly, or their one item carrier, their one damage dealer just explodes.
It is really all the DPS on that Tristana, like you're alluding to, and it is a nice to watch teamfight comp. It's all very crisp, very clean. Anybody could look at these champions and see how their idealistic teamfight goes. At this point, it's kind of been a bit pivoted now, where it's going to be Renekton actually just hugging Tristana for all their dear life and trying to stun Rengar as quickly as they can, probably to no avail, but frankly, it's a pretty dire spot for them just conceptually, considering that now, if we see the United squad get one more dragon and take it to Soul Point, you are now obligated as the teamfight squad to send 5 people and stand there and just wait every time a dragon is about to spawn. Because giving this Rengar Ocean Soul in a side lane, giving Akali Ocean Soul in a side lane, you will not win trades, and they will be able to choke you out just off of skill checks alone.
And I mean, if the soul goes down, then Elder becomes a factor. And if you give him Rengar and Akali Elder Dragon, then you might as well just start prepping for next week, because that's not going to be a fun gameplay experience, even for your tankier champions like your Rels, your Gallios, your Renektons. And you raised an interesting point about fighting around that dragon, but let's turn our attention to the top side of the map. Let's turn our attention to the worm that's going to be appearing pretty shortly. And from what we've seen so far, London Esports Academy have won all of the skirmishes or all of the fights that have involved multiple people, not just laning assignments, except for the one top where Isaac Gale just murdered 2 people and then left. So with this dragon coming onto the map, is it something that London United can actually put pressure on? Or is it something that London Esports Academy are kind of holding on to and hoping that it will kind of relieve a little bit of pressure when it spawns?
When you have Rumble in a game, taking Baron on the opposing team is a very scary prospect, regardless of how far ahead you are. Because for those that aren't in the know, Baron shreds your magic resist, and Rumble does a lot of magic damage, even from behind. So all it takes is for them to get a blue ward on you to say, hey, we see they're at Baron half HP. You get one good equalizer from a screen away, and suddenly you have to then be very careful about approaching immediate team fights after that. Because your best frontliner is effectively, for tanky Baron, your Xin Zhao, which is fine, but they will be taking that reduced magic resist, and then if they get poked out, suddenly you're sat there thinking, hey, if we lose our smite, we could flip the game right now, and it could all just disappear. The team fight comp could just eclipse us in the pit. We've seen time after time, Rails jump into 5 people, and the game just ends in an instant. So it's something that I don't think United are going to look at unless they've already done all the footwork and ace the enemy team first.
Or if London Esports Academy start making moves towards that Baron, because starting it might not be on the menu, but contesting it with a few assassins and Baron taking you lower.
That's the good stuff right there.
Yeah, when you're like, oh, Baron removing MR. I know Rumble likes that, but you know who else does a lot of AP damage?
Please tell me. I wonder who it's going to be.
Carly does a lot of AP damage. I mean, looking at their roster, it's not going to be anyone else, is it? But she's going to be able to dive on through. Crusade's going to be able to do so much damage and melt through targets. And again, it comes down to, at the moment, with the state of the game, London United need to melt through exactly one target, and then London Esports Academy can do nothing to follow up. If Tristana's not there, the team isn't there.
So we've gone over this a couple times now because it's really just an obvious one to look at just conceptually. But the bigger thing that I want to talk about for these teams overall now is London United coming in with this full rebuild with these talents that we were talking about in the pregame, saying, hey, it's all about your debut. Because if you have a really good showing, that can boost the mental sky high. And ego is something we talk about a lot, but if you are confident to pull out things like Rengar top in your first game of the stream, first game of the split, and you dominate on it, that is going to be amazing for Icy Gale coming into this season, and is going to potentially put some expectations up there, because we're talking about how they, with their unique style, could contest with the top of them, but it's a really good place to begin for making that case for being in our top 3, top 2 contention for top laners.
Yeah, and top lane is a lane that's pretty stacked in this league. They talked about it on Desk a little bit, and we're going to see Raider taking it to the Rift a little bit later on as well for X7, who a lot of people are saying is this S-tier top laner, this really strong player, dominated in the qualifiers alongside the X7 roster. So really excited to see how they can do. But is this... Okay, Rengar top. This looks like one of those things where Icy Gale plays it once, everyone's like, ha ha ha, you bullied Admirodo, he went and had a cry, now we're just going to ban it from you every game. Do we see Icy Gale on Rengar again?
I think that if they end up winning this game for the United squad, we probably don't see it until the rest of the team have their equal moments. Because Kusei, they have multiple of their champions also taken away this game. They didn't get to play their Zoe, they didn't get to play their LeBlanc. These are champions that you can style on in a similar fashion if you are that much better than your opponents on the picks. So it's a thing that maybe we might see the one-trick syndrome that comes up where suddenly there's so many champions that you need to be scared of. Because if you kill the Rengar, and then he pulls out Talon and pops out on it, then it's like, okay, well now what do we do? We got 2 of these crazy top laners to ban. There's no answer.
Like, what's going on with that? If you got Talon top, you got Rengar top, you're having to ban LeBlanc, it's a whole thing. But we are back onto the Rift. Hopefully, problems have been rectified and cured as we move into the game. 16 minutes on the clock. London United have themselves a 1.5k gold lead in a terrifying top laner, but London Esports Academy not out of it yet with the composition that goes a little bit better as we move towards the late game. So keep your eyes peeled on Rush X, because while he might not be the champion that's going to be forcing through all the plays, if London United want to be making the plays happen, it's on the Tristana.
It is forcing onto Tristana this game. You want to be taking them out of the fight before it starts. You have great tools to access them, but Academy, they're sat there looking at you going, hey, if you dive onto Tristana, we can equalize a Magnet Storm you, as they're going to pick up this Rift Herald pretty handedly. No chance of a steal from the enemy team. And I think this is necessary, because the point I wanted to talk about next was United, they need to knock down some towers. Yes, Jinx does a fine job of that, but she is really the only one.
And Jinx, not the most mobile of marksmen, and if a Renekton, a Rumble, a Relu diving through, getting their damage down, and Blank disappears, then you do have a problem sieging for this London United roster. And London Esports Academy have decent wave clear. Tristana can get through waves, Rumble can get through waves, so picking up the Rift Herald, as you said, going to be an excellent tool if they can use it correctly. It's in Dunlossie's back pocket, so you'll have to see an outwitted. chilling around in that bush, maybe looking to get the flank on, looking to jump on, will be able to pick up 2. There's the equalizer, there's the heroic entrance, and damage all going on to Dunlossie. He's going to be forced back away, but it's still above half health. Damage coming down, and there's the first kill of the fight as Amwodo picks it up, but London Esports Academy do need to be careful. They're in full retreat as IceGale and Kuse both arrive. Rel remounts and looking to maybe re-engage. It's 5v4, but the health bars are on the side of London United right now. They're going to move forward through this choke. No ultimates available by London Esports Academy. They're going to be able to catch on, and it's a massive knockup coming on through. Niza jumps out, but it's actually going to be the fight continuing as Kuse, full health, looks to clean up, gets into the backline, gets onto Puru. Fadel's so low as well, does need to flash out the back. Double kill for Akali, looking for a triple. Can she catch him? Getting that very nice on the taunt. I forget to speak for a second as Blank cleans that one up. The fight goes the way of London United, and so will the Dragon.
Finally, we've seen IceGale popping off all game, but now we get to say Kuse is coming online, running through the entire enemy team after what looked like an excellent pick. Very nice placement from Outwitted. Punishes the top side of London United, who have been pretty much the main winning force for this game so far for them. And while it looks like it should be over, you've killed the jungler before the dragon. The amount of time it took them to try and get out of that choke point, they were just so back and forth with the decision-making on Academy that eventually, IceGale gets a lot of big AoE, Blank gets to shoot you down from afar, and suddenly there's an Akali cleaning up. We were talking about how Triss likes to clean up, but Akali does a banger job of it too.
Diving on through, taking out member after member, and then just forcing every surviving person from London Esports Academy away. Picking up the third dragon, setting up for Salt. There's a song we talked about during the pause, as you can't give up this fourth dragon now if you're London Esports Academy. They need to be fighting for it. And with Baron being on the menu as well, it's going to be much easier for London United to play around these big macro objectives.
I think the main issue that London United have for this immediate next 4 minutes is they have the Rift Herald in tow, but because they managed to get the Dragon without it, which, you know, not exactly a negative thing, it does mean now that they are likely going to get countered when they place that, because there's nothing for Academy to do except for try and nullify that. Because if you have all these towers up, very, very difficult for Rengar to force flanking plays.
He doesn't want to be diving, particularly unless the team fight is definitely going in your favor. And even in that fight, we saw that it's close. London Esports Academy lost the fight, but still took out several members and got other people low. So they can't just be like, yep, we can just tower dive 5v5 now, it'll be fine, because the disengage options are there, the power is there, the damage from Tristana is still there. And crucially, RushX survived the fight. They couldn't get onto Tristana to get themselves that final kill. And in another team fight, say around the next Dragon or around the next Baron, having Tristana alive could sway it in London Esports Academy's favor.
Is going to be the most significant factor as we're discussing, and just taking a look through the itemization now, I hope Admirwodo goes for a tankier build at this point, because in the side lane, we've seen it's impossible for them to contest IceGale. So unless the call for the team is, hey, we just want to blow up Kuse when they jump in, it's probably best to just be a pseudo frontline and buy as much time for RushX this game, because like you said there, they are the main carry, and with a Rift Herald charging down this mid lane turret, I don't think that they're going to have this one alive for long.
Oh, the wave's going to be equalized. London Esports Academy really do not want to give up this tower without a fight, but one charge should be all it takes, really. A nice bit of poke comes down, but the tower does crumble. And now it's going to be much more difficult to contest these objectives. The map has been ripped wide open, and London United can now easily get vision control.
In one fell swoop. Now, if you're an Academy member, you need to walk through extra bushes to make it to objectives, which in most games isn't that problematic. Against Rengar and Akali, quite problematic, because now you're sat there thinking, okay, obviously it has to be not Rumble or Tristana going first, nobody else can realistically survive it, but if you're having to send one of those members first, that means potentially IceGale can be sitting in a different bush waiting to flank you, and even one minor misstep from the team, one little bit of lack of synergy, and suddenly we don't have RushX and the Baron is gone.
We saw it in that last team fight from a London Esports Academy, in fact, where Outwitted sat in the bush and got a flank off and got loads of engage, got loads of CC, and was the reason why the fight looked so good for the blue team initially. But now pretend that isn't Rel, pretends that's a Rengar. It's not about knocking up and half-healthing a couple of champions. It's about completely murdering a couple of champions before slinking away. And if you could turn a situation into a 3v5, when the opposing team is all about this team fight, then London United are going to have a great time grabbing Baron, grabbing 4th Drake, grabbing this game.
could potentially take a look at the gold at the moment, because we've got a minute left before the dragon. Thank you muchly. And it's mainly just seeing who can actually get an item spike, because that 1 minute's time, we're going to see something explosive happen. There's no way about it. London United have to at least force the enemy team to contest. But the thing is, if we take a look back at the itemization now, people aren't exactly on spike. Akali does not have that Lich Bane finished off. So you're now debating, saying, hey, do we have enough? Is this the level that we are confident with? Because Rushex, they are very, very strong on this Trist, and it's something we do need to be careful of, even if we want to go for an overzealous fight.
And the only person who really had pocket money there was Amwodo on the Renekton, only person with over 1,000 gold. So if you're on London United, this looks like an objective that you could actually consider giving up. But the teleport coming in from Kusei, it doesn't look like they want to do so. They want to potentially look to force through, because getting a soul this early would be incredible for London United. And they might have found members of London Esports Academy. Rushex needs to be very, very careful as members of United looking for the Tristana, and no one is standing directly in front of him right now. Rushex has managed to get away, but Donlossi has Dove on top. Keep an eye on the Tristana. Tristana is dead, and nice heroic entrance coming through, but the damage is just not there from London Esports Academy. They're getting routed. Kusei dives on through too. Nicer with the nice re-engage there, as Fatal will fall. Amwodo the only one remaining, but it just doesn't matter. The ace goes to London United. The soul goes to London United. What else can they get?
It's all on Kusei right there. They managed to get enough for the Lich Bane, TP in for the flank, and blow up Tristana before they even got the exhaust down. The team fight is won. Not a soul lost bar the jungler, and now they're going to be able to take this Baron on top of the dragon. They have one teleport available on Fatal here, but I do not think they will be enough to stop this 3-person unit that can just stand in front of Baron and shred it.
Leave in Galio. Well, London Esports Academy have to, as London United taking this one a little bit slower than you maybe expect, but because respawn timers are long, they're all just coming off now, only one teleport available. You've got to imagine that this one is going to be going the way of London United. Now they've got Soul, now they've got the Baron buff. This is the time period. This is where they need to start cracking open these objectives.
I want to see from the Academy squad, they need to find lanes and just push them ASAP. I really like this here if they do send Rumble plus Renekton to push out this minion wave, because while the team is desynced now for United, going for half resets, half still on the map, that was your best window to fish for something. Because Rengar is still pushing. It looks like they won't take that play. They don't have the God vision. They can't see everything right now. And that does mean that it is likely going to be United sieging down to presumably inhibs at this rate.
And the first Baron, we always say this, well I always say this, you want to be trying to crack everything outside of the base with this first Baron. If you can get anything in the base, if you can grab yourself an inhibitor tower on an inhibitor, even better. But you're likely to do that off the back of a really nice fight. That being said, London Esports Academy, that last fight didn't look the most conjoined, didn't look the most together, and lost Tristana almost immediately. If that's another fight that London United can find, Kusei's just found Fatal in a side lane and absolutely annihilated him, then it could be game with Soul and with Baron buff.
I feel like this could very well be game here on this push, because all it takes is one person stepping out of line, trying to think you can take the fight, and I think we still have about 2 minutes left on the Baron buff now, so pushing down these lanes, they are going to be able to at least contest both of these mid and bot lane inhib towers. And frankly, even if you get the idealistic Rel into Rumble combo now, I don't know if that's a kill, because if you're forcing on mid, there's a Locket available and a stopwatch on Jinx, so it's not even reliable anymore.
London United putting the split push down, did get a little bit of damage onto mid, but now focusing their attention towards this bot lane inhibitor tower. They've got 2 cannon minions looking to siege. The fight is going to be started. Black needs to be careful, going to be caught out in the backline, going to be stunned up, and there goes Rush X, trying to stay alive, jumping to and fro over the wall again, is on top of Nizo as Puru keeping him alive. Look at the side though, it's London United winning the fight. Rush X can't be getting involved, or else he goes low. Look at the damage come out of Kusei. Can he get the assassination? Goes into statue form as Admirwodo will be the target. Carly on the wrong side of the wall helps out Dunlossie. And while the damage is still live from London Esports Academy, Icy Gale is on the hunt, sitting behind the Nexus, looking for Peru, looking for Rush X, will look to dive if they can. Kusei will find Rumble, godlike in the debut game. Rush X trying to get as much damage down as possible, but it is going to be futile. You've got to imagine Baron's still rolling 1v4. 4 in the base. Outwitted comes on down, looks for the stun, can only find it onto 2, and neither of them are priority targets. The damage coming down as Rushex looks to try and keep his base alive, but can't keep Rel alive as Fatal moving forward. No taunt available, and London United with that freeze will pick up the first win of the UKEL 2021 Summer Split.
With our very own Rookie in the Shy style performance dominating these solo lanes, pretty much point for point actually, just aggression from the top side. And Icy Gale, they were a masterpiece performance in this laning outside of one little slip up. And then they just handed over the ball and said, all right, Kusei, your turn. Now you can just solo win the game at this point.
And it's exactly what you predicted going into game. I said who do you think was going to win, and you said, look, it's going to be London United. We've got these really strong solo laners. They picked up comfortable outplay champions, and if they can outplay, then they can do great work. We saw Icy Gale really dominating the top side. Amwodo couldn't do anything. I think mid lane, Fatal put up a really, really good fight and actually looked good into Kusei on the Akali, but by the time that it was getting to the stages where we were seeing those big team fights outside of skirmishes, it was all about London United. They had the gold lead, they had the champions, and they had the game.
Something that, obviously, it's only the first game. These are literally the most first impressions can be. But looking
Well.
at this one, yeah, I suppose. If you look at this one as an Academy fan, don't take it too badly, because we are looking at this team, and it was a very nice composition that, in theory, made sense. It was going to work in the later parts of the split when people don't play so aggressively, in theory, but now, this is one of those things where you can refine on that. You can say, okay, what went wrong? Was it because we just underestimated these players because we hadn't seen them yet? Or was it more so of our own individual mistakes? So there's a lot to workshop, but London United picking up our first win of the split, very nicely done. And I feel like Dunlossie is a very happy jungler this game.
You've got to imagine so. And you said that there's plenty of League to be played by both of these teams. There's also plenty of League of Legends to be played for the rest of this evening. We're going to jump to a short break now, but when we come back, Monster Rugby Gaming are going to return and take on Demise as they look to get back to the UKLC. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes. Goodness me, that was a first match for the UKEL Summer 2021. A massive win for London United over their capital city rivals, London Esports Academy. But we need to turn our attention a little bit across the sea for this one. Monster Rugby Gaming going to be coming into a new split. They survived just about in the UKEL last time around. They're going up against the team that's kind of returning in Demise. We saw their academy team last split, but this time it's the full deal.
It's almost the story of first versus effectively the top of the standings, but it's none of the same people on the Demise squad. As you say, this is not the same roster. It's not even the same team, technically speaking, as it is their main team now. We're talking about them trying to fight their way back up to UKLC now. And against this team of Munster, who finished last split after a promising very end, but a pretty mundane rest of the split, this is their redemption tale, I think. Looking at this roster they have put together, they have managed to keep possibly the only team in our entire league that has kept multiple members in the form of Goose and Keverman.
Yeah, and I mean Bear Tree as well, if you count him towards the end, or in just the relegations, they brought Bear Tree in as the mid laner, and arguably the biggest name we've got in the league this split, alongside Longstaff, who comes down also from the UKLC to join this Monster Rugby Gaming roster. Last split, it was all about Irish talent, rookies who haven't played in this league before. Let's see what they can do. Unfortunately, with the team that they put together, the answer was kind of just lose every game, which isn't optimal. But they were like, these are the players that we saw work. These are some talent that we're going to bring in to play with them. And we're also going to sign Jojo. So you mean they've hardcore coin flipped in the top side. And we'll just have to see how the team can play against the Demise roster, who, as you said, completely different with some very promising names.
One of those promising names that I obviously am a fan of as a jungler myself is Crisis in that role. They have been an up-and-coming name, had a great performance in Proving Grounds, and they have played pretty much every jungler under the sun at one point or another. Very consistent player. And with this super powered bot lane they've got in pocket, I'm excited to see how they get into this one, as Endorser's Darius is already banned.
Yeah, get rid. I remember casting Endorser way back when he was on Vuptrox Academy in the Square One Champions League, and then also on Core Dynamics. So that just shows how old I am at this point. But a very, very strong player as we are in Champ Select. Gwen, Lee Sin, and Rel all also being taken off the table. And again, it looks like they're targeting what people like to play rather than these really strong meta picks, except maybe the Lee Sin is fresh, also being removed.
I like getting rid of flex picks, and when 3 people on the enemy team play Lee Sin, probably a good shout, even though it is usually better on red side. Munster do have all of their top side players who are more than happy to lock in Lee Sin, so good shout to get rid of that, as it will be standard old Udyr coming out. We are not really progressing forward. Let's see if Crisis has anything creative to throw at us. Viego is still open. I don't think if you were go pick it, you'd lock it in here, but it's just something to remember.
The Hecarim is also available. Crisis had some terrifying games on the pony during the student proving rounds, where he announced he was on the Demise roster in his championship winning interview, but it's actually going to be the Volley Bear being locked in. It is flexible, could go top, could go jungle, but this looks an awful lot like an Endorser pick.
They have got these kind of bruisers in pocket that can just pretty much win the game, similar to what we saw from Icy Gale last game, just off of laning phase alone. However, that is going to be a challenge because they are against Jojo, who, for all intents and purposes, is a Stonewall player who is very hard to get a lead against. Now, while they've got their own positives and negatives as a player, it's very tough to snowball a lane against them. So I think the Volley Bear is a fine flex pick here that leaves you guessing, as that is a Rumble locked in with the Udyr.
You know, someone's going to be going somewhere. Maybe it'll be Rumble mid, but you've got to imagine this is your top jungle kind of locked up. The Tristana also could go into the mid lane or that bot side. Kevinman has seen some success on this champion. Remember, Bear Tree, in his competitive career, has predominantly been a top laner. This is the first team that he's playing on specifically for the mid lane, as we're going to see Demise answering out all of this with a Karma lock-in.
And after that point you've made there, it makes a bit more sense why we might see that Rumble. Was always a classic top lane pick. Bear Tree probably played it a fair few times up there, and in the mid lane it is a solo kill level 3 kind of machine, as Sion is taken away, trying to remove some reliable frontline, as they're saying, hey, that's almost certainly Rumble mid now because we don't think you're doing anything creative with Udyr. And in response, that is the Syndra band away. I love this. Both bot laners have played this on the side of Demise. Yes, you heard that. Both bot laners, they have got some tricky things they can do with this pick if it's ever left open.
Some flexibility, some weird stuff, and I mean, we saw last game, Rengar top was the pick that arguably won the game for London United. So these comfort picks, these things that will confuse and confound your opponents, could well be worth investing in. The Wukong being taken off the table as well. But for Demise, you've got to imagine they're just looking at their mid jungle at this point, and with the Urgot being taken off the table, maybe Monster Rugby don't agree with me.
All of those last picks that we saw there in the ban phase, that was the Wukong away from Jojo. Very annoying as a Varus to deal with Wukong, so completely logical to get rid of that, as the Nautilus is locked in. Going down there with Varus, presumably, that does mean that will probably be Vossen on the Karma mid, because I wouldn't expect to see anywhere else. However, if I'm not mistaken, I saw one game in Crysis' OPGG of Nautilus jungle with Predator. I think that was the right player. It is obviously a thing that they buffed on this most recent patch, but with Leona locked in, that's not a fun lane for Naut if they do end up going bot lane.
Techie's sitting there like, yo, Crysis, you want to play Nautilus jungle? Is that what we're doing, yeah? Is that the call? Because jumping in on the Leona and Tristana, it's not fun. It's not interactive, and the Nautilus is going to struggle, especially when when Terabyte even is going to be on the Varus, who's not really going to be able to super quickly follow up, isn't going to be diving on forward with you, but is going to be standing back and poking. Techie's going to feel the heat and feel the burn if engages don't go his way, and the set will be going in alongside for Monster Rugby Gaming, which kind of confirms that we'll be seeing the Rumble in the mid lane unless there's some true dark technology going on.
Have to remember, Beartree, former top laner, Jojo, current top laner, these two players are more than confident to be able to flex things around and get really weird with it. So we may even see, if Jojo takes this set here as we expect, there's always the potential they send Beartree top. I personally don't think that's great for Rumble, as they're more likely going to try and fish for early kills onto Vossen, who has taken this, I think, fair defensive Karma pick.
Yeah, and it's going to be Endorser on the Mordekaiser in the top side, which will put Volibear into the jungle for Demise. And that makes sense. I saw Volibear said, this looks like an Endorser champion, but Mordekaiser also definitely in his wheelhouse, one of his preferred picks. And Crysis on the Volibear, I'm really excited to see how he plays in this one, because we talked about jungle being the matchup to watch in the last game, and I think the same is probably true here as well.
And we do have Goose returning from last split, whereas Crysis, they are not going to say unknown, they are definitely in everybody's just minds. You know of them, they're living there rent-free at the moment, and that's because this jungler knows how to win a game, and Volibear is one of those champions where, regardless of your team, they could be the best players, the worst players. You can get an early lead, and you could at very least give yourself a fighting chance. And that's not to undermine Demise's squad. I think they're quite good players, so that's really scary if you're Monster looking at this.
Feels kind of attacked having played Volibear in my last 10 solo queue games, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. But talk me through these compositions. Let's start with Demise. Let's start looking at what they've got, because it looks like to me that they've got a pretty scary team fight if all of the components can work together.
In a strange taste of deja vu talking about just this team fight reliability, but when you do have things like the Mordekaiser, it means that coordinated fights never really go how you're planning. Because if you take a look at the enemy team, the only unstoppable effect is Set's ultimate, and if you're ulting Set after he's already started his own ult, that's your fault, Endorser, in that matchup. So rest of the team, you've got a pretty standard front to back with the Volibear and the Nautilus getting sped up by Karma, and just letting Terabyte rain down hell from the backline. I'm curious to see if they go for the lethality build or the more so crit build with the Kraken Slayer. This game, I would like lethality, because you see the enemy team, that Rumble ultimate is going to be a nuisance for you, so you would ideally like to be as many screens away as possible.
Absolutely. And then on the other side with Monster Rugby Gaming, again, they've got themselves some interesting pickups, and it's looking shades of what London Esports Academy had last game, but with a little bit more damage, a little bit more bang for their buck, and maybe a little bit less peel.
Definitely on the less peel. If you take a look at everybody here, it's realistically only Set that actually peels for this squad, and considering, as we were just discussing, Volibear has an unstoppable effect, which means that theoretically one of the two targets you'd ideally like to be dunking into the backline can just say no to you. And Crysis is definitely good enough on this pick to be able to outplay with that, so it means Jojo's got a kind of a tough spot coming into this game.
I want to see, what I want to see in this game is Volibear dive in to engage from Demise, and then Jojo just to wait for it to resolve and then pick him up. and just hurl him back. And just dunk him back into the Demise roster. Because just seeing a massive bear fly through the air would be quite funny.
My favorite part about that actually is because in Set's ultimate animation, for a moment you turn upside down, and Volibear looks absolutely ridiculous flying through the air, so I'm glad you picked that specific example. Not really important to the game. Looping back around to that one, in this jungle matchup, Volibear, not in their best spot in the world, with a lot of nerfs to them, a lot of the almost residual nerfs to Chem Tank because of Udyr. Udyr's still fine with the full clearing, but neither of these junglers are in their best position, and it's very much about getting the game rolling early if they are to actually have an effect on the map.
Where are they going to have this effect on the map, do you think? Is there a specific lane that these junglers are going to really want to prioritize? Or are they just going to be looking for any opportunity?
This is a hard any opportunity kind of game. If you look at every single lane, you have either good gank setup or enough damage that it doesn't matter. And considering both of these junglers have bear slaps that have a stun on them, it makes it very annoying if you manage to stun and set up for Jojo to follow up. Free real estate, same thing the other way around. This mid lane, well, while it's not the most damage from Volson, they can at least root them beforehand, in which case Volley can get all their damage. So every which lane, no matter which way you look at it, it's really going to be jungler's choice this game. You've got 3 lovely lanes to impact.
And we've got 3 lovely lanes to watch in our second game of the day as we move on to Summoner's Rift. Monster Rugby Gaming returning on the blue side versus Demise on the red for their debut in the UKEL as a main roster. Of course, their academy team doing so much work in the league last split, coming second in the overall playoffs after coming first in regular season. We'll have to see if their regular roster can do the same, because of course it bears noting last season Demise Academy would have been in with a shot of promotion had they not have been an academy roster. So we'll have to see if their team this split can do the same, because this time around they're looking to get back into the UKLC.
They're looking for UKELC. Munster are looking to get back into the forefront of this league and try and show themselves off with this team that, I must say, is pretty coherent around the board. If you wanted a consistent squad, this team has got most of the material for it. If you could get a good bit of like a team cohesion, you have a plan, which they clearly have got somewhat of here, then frankly this squad, I can't see placing lower than 4th place, because they are just very solid players when they're given a goal. And in this game, I think everybody's got an obvious goal. Bear Tree, solo kill your lane level 4. That's what this Rumble does with Ignite. Jojo, don't die to Endorser, wait until Goose comes up there and just be a nuisance. Keverman, you don't need to solo carry us this time. That's great for you. That's all they wanted to hear.
Let's talk about Jojo for a second. Is that allowed?
Go for it.
Okay, so I think that this information is correct. If I'm wrong, you can just shout at the other color cast in the league for not correcting me. When do you think Jojo last played on a UK League of Legends team that wasn't an academy roster?
I'm gonna guess, purely because you're asking the question, 2019?
Which roster was it? Which team did he play on?
That is not a question I'm gonna be able to answer.
I believe, and the historians in chat can correct me, the last team he played on in the UK that wasn't an academy roster was Absolved UK. And for those of you who follow Telia League, that organization is just fully a Danish org now. So that's how long it's been since Jojo played on a non-academy roster. And he's a name that's been around so much. He's so enjoyable to watch. And of course, he's been playing in University League of Legends as well down in Roehampton. But I want to see this be his breakout season. I want to see the entertaining factor of his gameplay turn into consistency. Right, and you said he's on a very consistent roster. Jojo probably is the wildcard pick on this team. We'll have to see if he can make it work.
Already some action popping off in the bot side, and while the junglers do start on their blue buffs, I think I'll have a little bit of the turn talking about Jojo.
Okay,
as
go ahead.
Anecdote here, I did cast a London versus London charity show match a little while ago, and in that show match, we had Jojo subbing in for the old London United top lane. And then, with that entire roster, Crisis was on the other side and absolutely decimated. It was unfortunately not even close, and it made me very sad at the time, despite the fact that they played the second game, role swapping, playing whatever, and still won. So Crisis easily at UKEL level already. Jojo, I think they're gonna do just fine. They were playing Garen in one of those games. Now, you know, that's not exactly something we expect here. They got the set a lot more standard. Very normal early game pathing from both teams, and considering just how standard this game looks, I expect without shenanigans, all of these players are going to feel pretty comfortable.
There is a lack of shenanigans in this game. Is there a composition that you prefer moving into the late game at an even keel? Is there a team that outscales the other?
I think without shenanigans, I'm going to prefer the Demise squad, and that is because Rumble kind of relies on shenanigans, right? In the mid lane, you want him to be getting into weird situations where you're forcing fights in the jungle, invading Crisis, and getting kills when you have no right to. So I think that is really the only champion in the game that doesn't do a massive amount later on. They could throw down equalizers, that's great. But with Ignite, side laning is not your specialty, and suddenly you're very reliant on getting early dragons and going for that soul win con.
You heard it here first. I'm going to check in 15 minutes time and laugh at Melvin when...
I hope it doesn't take 15 minutes, it's 18 minutes in the game. At that point, I hope the game's not decided by then, but it probably will be.
Oh no, but we can check back in to see, because, you know, teams that win games don't tend to just be on even keel until one team fight where they win. Don't believe what you've seen in some other leagues where that is just what happens. In the UKEL, it's a slower process. Teams like to play around these objectives. They like to spend 30 minutes trying to take one Baron buff. That finals that we had this split. Nightmare called it one of the most entertaining finals we've ever had, but the macro control around Baron wasn't a thing, and hopefully Demise have learnt from their academy roster that they had last split and know how to fight around these objectives this time around.
Have a pretty good squad for it, but unfortunately, so does the rugby team. If you have a look at that, you have pretty much the closest thing to a rugby player you have in League of Legends of Set, and they're going to try and spike this jungler right back onto that Varus, and there's not much Terabyte will be able to do, because while they have a support in the mid lane and in their supportive role, neither of which can really peel most of the enemy team.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. If Techie stands back and looks to get those stuns down, then maybe. But you are losing a lot of your power as Nautilus, who wants to be diving forward and getting these picks. Of course, Endorser and Crisis could look to pick up the slack in that department, both also being able to run forward and try and catch people out. But, as you say, it's been a quiet first 5 minutes. No kills, no real fighting even from anyone on the map. Small leads being gained by Monster Rugby Gaming, though, and this could be testament to how strong these players are individually, but we could be looking to see our first gank. Nice flash forward from Crisis. Petri going to be able to flash in return. 4 members of Demise in the mid lane, but they come up with nothing.
That is aggression at its finest. Trading flashes. Now, you'll notice that we've already got Crisis picking up the Ionian boots, so that is a worthwhile trade for them. They are more than happy to blow this cooldown because they can repeat gank mid before Bear Tree gets their flash back up. So with coordination, great play. But we saw in the last game, sometimes the more coordinated comp doesn't get rewarded because of how early on in the season we are.
I mean, a flash for a flash is a decent one, especially as you say when Crisis will get it back first, and the value of that flash on mid lane is probably worth more because return ganks are going to be much more potent now. But they committed 4 members, and now it looks like it's Monster Rugby Gaming who have got the inside track onto the first real objective of the game, going to be taking down this Mountain Drake and give themselves a little bit of tankiness across the board.
Just confuses me every time I see Bear Tree do something that isn't what the jungler should be doing. It's just now I'm conditioned to think this Rumble, that's a jungler. And every time I see him with the little comet flying around, I'm like, he forgot to change runes, that's unfortunate. But this is a fine mid lane champion. They have been getting played mid for quite a while for everybody that saw Freak's whole maths drama on it, is quite good, just not exactly the best in competitive play for reasons that we may end up getting to see firsthand later on.
Well, that's if Bear Tree can't get this pick going. Interesting to see the Ignite rather than the Teleport. You mentioned it in passing earlier, but it does mean that, as you said, side laning not really the one, but has to be getting kills in the earlier stages because Vossen will be able to teleport around, get good plays, and get back into lane, as we saw from the last teleport from this Karma. And Bear Tree hasn't really been able to stamp authority on this lane.
Solid segue from that is one of the reasons that might be the case is because without Flash on this Rumble, you cannot force these abusive early game trades where you can look for solo kills, where you just jump on the enemy laner and you can kill them from a solid 80% HP. But without Flash, Bear Tree physically cannot do that because Vossen will always be able to get that Mantra root onto them and just happily walk it out.
Yeah, or even just slow, shield yourself and speed up. Vossen has a lot of tools to escape. Also has the flash available to survive a gank in his own right. As in the bot side, there's a little bit of poke going down, but no one really falling. It's definitely a different vibe from the first game, where at this stage we'd already seen 6 kills.
Very even goal, just the dragon, and we don't need to talk too much about the rifts yet because we don't know, but with Bear Tree down here, level 5 still, they will not be able to root up if they do come in. Could be feinting a recall to go for Equalizer.
Longstaff going for the stun. We'll be able to get onto Techie. Teleport coming in behind. Monster Rugby Gaming need to be retreating. Bear Tree is wandering down. Who's coming through? It's Endorser looking for the grab, looking for the damage. There's the Equalizer to cut the rest of the Demise squad away from this Mordekaiser. He's going to look to go into Death Realm against Goose on the side as the team fight kicks off around them. Endorser going to be able to back away, gets the shield, gets out of the Death Realm as Goose will be able to manage as stun. Jumping on forward, trying to get onto Jojo. Damage coming down. First blood goes over to Endorser as Demise turn it around and get themselves the kill they were looking for. It was messy, but they get the job done.
Very long fight to very little actually taken in the end there, and I've never seen a caster curse for the game state before, because not really much ended up happening there. It's a 500 gold swing, and a lot of summoners being burnt, but the only death, like you say, is Longstaff ending up getting caught out by Endorser, who had to use the ultimate there for what was effectively a safety maneuver to try and run away. Taking a quick skim through the ultimates right now, Terabyte still got those Chains of Corruption available, meaning that action can start up again very quickly.
It was a very weird fight where there was the Death Realm, there were re-engages, disengages. It was difficult to follow exactly who was going through, but then Leona just overextended a little bit too much into a couple too many members. Bear Tree needs to be careful as there's a bear in that bush. The damage coming down as Christ is chasing forward. Longstaff is there to dissuade any further. Actually, you know what? Goose is coming through as well, looking for the stun. Won't be able to catch on to Vossen. Has to flash forward in order to get the CC down, looking to dive, but Techie is there. Goose goes low. Needs to be careful. Will be able to escape with that speed up, as no one on Demise can catch, but very close to multiple people going down. But once again, no one does.
A game of inches right now, surviving on slivers. We have Goose sprinting out right there. And we noticed that Crisis managed to survive with the ult as a little bit of a trade happens here. It doesn't look good though.
Yeah, Kenman needs to be careful taking down those minions standing in the middle of a wave and taking a lot of poke himself. But it will end about even. So not too much to write home about. These bot laners probably not going to look to fight too much. Kenman does have the edge, you'd think, but it's a quiet game overall.
I don't dislike that play the more I think about it, because with 1 minute before the dragon, the Chains of Corruption are far, far more important than the Tristana's Buster Shot. Considering you know Endorser can't TP down, this is likely to be a 3v3 or a 4v4, so removing that main pick tool that you have for the Demise squad is quite significant. If they end up managing to play this team fight out well for Monster, that may be the reason why it goes in their favor.
Just keep my eyes on Vossen really quickly. He is going to be moving down towards this dragon. He's going to be the only member of the team or the game who will likely have a teleport up around the time of this dragon spawn in 20 seconds time. But Karma wants to be there, first responder, getting those big shields down and helping with the team fight. You can also see Endorser starting to make moves, force Jojo onto tower and looks to get involved. It's only the second dragon, it's only Cloud Drake, so it's unlikely that either of these teams is going to commit to a huge team fight around it, but I hope I'm wrong.
Endorser's already walked down, Jojo having to chase. Not much going to happen with the top minion wave, but it does look like Demise want this. They're at very least not going to give it up without a fight.
Guys moving down the river, getting themselves as much vision control as they can muster. And with that red ward in the pit going to be taken down, they're going to look to take down the dragon as well. Endorser moving on through, just covering the wave, and that's going to be a nice equalizer to break up the team. But it's not going to do anything to stop the dragon. It's the first one of the game going over to Demise, and we're going to find out again it's an Ocean Rift.
A glorified poke is effectively what we saw there, but the team decided, hey, we're going to trade this for this dragon for the Rift Out. But as you see here, they did not have enough resources up there. Jojo went to shove the top waves so they could be in the fight. And without Equalizer, though, I don't think you really want this as Monster. Even though you look like you're favored, it's only the looking, because frankly, if this team fight had started, I don't think you would have been in a great spot.
But they are going to restart the Rift Herald. Jojo pretending to recall for a moment, but he's actually going to stick around Longstaff there as well. But Demise have bodies in the area. Members of Monster do need to be careful. Bear Tree shadowing from behind the wall, but Techie and Crisis are going to be enough to dissuade any kind of play. And now it's just a glorified leash for Demise, as they're going to look to pick up this Rift Herald alongside the Dragon. They just got no one contesting from Monster Rugby Gaming, and not really great shot calling there. Gives a free resource over to Demise.
Confidence play from Demise. They're walking back in the river saying, hey, wait a minute, guys, aren't we just favored in this fight? Clearly, they were when you thought about it for a moment, because Beartree had just used the equalizer to poke at Dragon. He was trying to slow them down so they could take the Rift Herald before they got there, but as we saw, didn't end up turning it out that way, and now Demise come very far ahead off of that minor set of outplays.
Very minor set of outplays, but the gold lead, it's 400 gold right now, so not huge. But it's definitely nice to have, swung away from Monster Rugby, who grabbed themselves the lead in the early stages when they were just farming away. But it's being quiet, it's being controlled from both of these teams. And you said that Demise would be favored if the game keeps going like this, and it looks like that may well be the case.
Uh-oh, this is easily going to be able to take away the 2 plates from the Herald.
Well,
It's just the question of if they want to force. Looks like not. A good bit of patience, actually, going to reward them, as they won't get caught out by Goose on the flank.
Oh, but they're going to start the fight. Goose might be running in to try and get on top of, and Dorsa takes a decent amount of damage on the Mordekaiser, but will be able to back away as Jojo tries to save his tower. A decent number of plates going over to Demise, and a controlled play means they all get out alive.
I'm trying to debate if I think that was a good idea or not. Jojo is going to be fine not losing their tower, but at the end of the day, it's just a flash-for-flash trade. And I don't think either the Mord nor the sets is particularly more important than the other, just generally for the next 5 minutes. So realistically, that's just saying, hey, if we pay more attention to me now in the side lane with this Rumble, with this Udyr, that's going to be beneficial for us. But as we saw right there, that play started because Crisis was the first person to make a move up there.
Crisis was the first responder, has that ultimate, which is always going to be very threatening on the dive, and with the Rift Herald coming through, it was brave for Monster to stick around, but they had the confidence, they had the ability to defend, and that is exactly what they did. Mid lane, we'll just check back in real quickly. Beartree has a decent farm lead coming through, but hasn't been able to bully the Karma even remotely, and Vossen is going to enjoy being able to be a useful member of the team moving forward. Only 200 gold, 300 gold in this mid lane matchup.
Vossen was one of the players coming into this split that we were looking at saying, hey, we don't have much knowledge on them as far as it goes, and when you are playing against Beartree, who a lot of people are saying should be one of the favourites for our mid lane pool this split, realistically, you're completely fine with this performance. You've just picked a neutralizing champion, you're doing it completely fine. Beartree, as you can see by the scoreline, hasn't got to do anything productive on this Rumble pick, realistically, and anything they've tried to, you've neutralized. So, very nicely done by Vossen so far. They've got that Divine Sunderer now on Crisis, so I want to see these two pair up and sprint it after any members of the Monster squad that even remotely overstep in a side lane.
That could very well be the case. Remember, Beartree does not have teleport. Jojo on the set could feel confident to push out, and it might not be the case if you've got a Volley Bear and a Karma staying in the wings, and you've got Endorser hanging around and trying to match. So what are we expecting to see for the next few minutes? Because right now we're not really seeing too much from either of these teams. Demise just shading it in very minor ways. Where's the first big team fight? Where's the big split going to come between these two sides?
If it's not this Dragon, that's going to be posturing around for the mid lane turret shortly after. Because right now you see we've had Jojo recall, they've got TP available, and now Endorser, they have to base before TPing or they will be losing out on gold. They will get to come over, but it is just mythic for mythic in these top side. And it looks like Demise are saying, hey, we are going to contest, but we can get mid lane tower if need be.
Oh, they've gone in onto Kevman, takes so much damage. Tristana is already dead as the Volley Bear diving back in. Longstaff looks for the backline, finds Boston, but can't find the damage. It's a double kill for Endorser as he just keeps the backline at bay. Jojo moves forward though and gets a decent amount of damage on the ultimate. Leona needs to be careful, trying to get out the back of the fight, but won't be able to do so. Goose goes down. So much damage coming through from Demise. People burning on both sides, but it's a 3 for 4 in the end, and it's Demise favored.
They say top lane has no impact. That fight was only top lane impact, as Jojo pretty much shredded through the entire enemy team, but at the end of the day, Endorser did the same thing. Both of them pumping out insane damage with their one-item spikes. will be able to be pretty happy with themselves coming out of that one, but as you said, Demise favored, they're going to pick up this dragon, and he's going to start them on the way to that soul win condition. Is going to be a cloud in pocket with the Ocean Rift now. When you have this kind of triple frontline plus Karma, you are very, very happy of that for Demise.
Yes, a really nice combination of dragons to have. And I mean, you talked about it only being top lane versus top lane in that fight. Terabyte picked up 2 kills at the end of it on this Varus. The only marksman to pick up any kind of kill gold, outside of a little bit for assists on Kevinman. And actually, Kevinman in a lot of trouble, has to try and jump away from Crisis. Longstaff is there, so Volibear not going to be able to follow too much further, as Endorser also just checking around, seeing if there are any kills. There weren't, though. But watch Terabyte in the next fight, because he's just gone back and picked himself up some decent components.
Quite significant getting the movement speed from that Zeal in inventory, plus the shoes gives them a bit more of an ability to, hopefully for them, avoid Jojo going with the man drop onto the backline. As we saw there, we were kind of alluding to it earlier, there's really nothing Varus can do, and considering the fact that we do not have a locket yet for Techie if they opt for that one, and it is not a healing item, it is the Shirelias for Vossen. If those shields don't come out at the perfect time from this Karma, suddenly Set can 100 to 0 your ADC by dunking a frontline on you.
Oh, and that's a nice ultimate coming in from Longstaff, but it's only onto the Volibear. He will be able to get away. Jojo with the slam damage coming through. They pick up 1, they pick up 2. They're chasing forward towards Boss and won't be able to find it as Varus gets a turnaround kill onto the Set, a shutdown kill onto the Set. But once again, it's Jojo pulling the trigger, and it looks good for Monster Rugby Gaming.
Not the ADC getting popped, but you know what? Same result, different face on the can. And as we see now, we've got Endorser just zoning out this top farm. It's not going to be a completely decisive win for Munster, but they are happy with that one at least. He's going to start getting them a bit of control on the map and putting behind Crisis on this Volibear, who, as we saw a couple minutes earlier, does insane damage with this newly buffed Divine Sunderer.
Yeah, doing whole heaps of damage, and we're seeing Volibear surviving maybe a little bit longer than this one is, but we're not expecting them to do as much damage as we've just seen from Crisis. Monster Rugby definitely not down and out after that last fight, and gold, there's 1.5k in the favor of Demise, but it wasn't showing in that last exchange.
Really did not seem to be there at all, frankly, and that's because everybody short of the supports has their mythics, and until you end up completing into another item, outside of stopwatch usage, these components just aren't doing much for you. Terabyte, they've picked up that Phantom Dancer now. Kevinman's going to be sat on a lot of gold. Probably not enough to afford that secondary item, but is going to be close. If we could take a look at the gold, this is probably the best time to do it now, as, yeah, enough for a Zeal, but not much more.
I mean, going into that fight, it actually makes sense why it looked much closer than the gold might suggest, because Endorser wasn't there. And Endorser is 500, 600 gold ahead of Jojo right now, and pretty scary, but don't worry about it. It's okay. We don't need to comment. We can just, you know...
First game.
Yeah, you know.
It's got Hex Flash. It's the least impactful flash to
Smart.
use.
More use of Hex Flash. You know,
They got the mid lane turret, alright? Let's toggle back to items and let's not think about what we just saw there. Let's set up for the dragon. We've got a minute 30 to go now. Taking a look, we've finally got the Locket coming in for that Nautilus now, who is going to presumably be camping on top of their Varus and trying to dissuade Jojo after they go for these man drops, because you really don't want your frontliners, annoyingly, in the front line if you're Varus, but if they're not in the front line, then the Udyr gets to run at you. So there's not a good spot for you to play these fights as Terabyte, and it's going to be very, very skill intensive for them, which they seem to be able to do, being 3-0-3 at this point.
Yeah, Terabyte's positioning has been really, really great so far in this game. I mean, Kevman's hasn't been bad either on the Tristana, but you got a little bit more leniency with that rocket jump, able to get you out of dodge at a moment's notice. So we're going to want to see how this Varus can survive in the next couple of fights, and if Jojo's able to get the slam down, because if the set's not diving on through, and the Leona isn't able to get a Zenith Blade or Ultimate down onto the Varus, Terabyte isn't going to be that threatened with so much meat in front of him.
Very important looking for this dragon in the next 30 seconds. Beartree does see this come in, dodges away from the Chains of Corruption. He's not going to be dived immediately, but what I was going to say is that we do have Goose with Flash, but also Endorser. So we need to be careful to see if this Mordekaiser can get into position and stop any attempt at a Smite Steal, as it looks like Munster are going to go try and steal and then maybe take a fight if it's good.
Mize have the run of the Baron Pit entrance, but Monster Rugby Gaming not giving this one up without a fight. Have sent Kevman mid, but he's going to be moving back towards the team as the Dragon will land into its pit. Goose looking to move forward, does have that movement speed on the bear stance, looking for the stun, looking for the engage. Both teams looking for it. Techie using that Hex Flash just to spook away members of Monster Rugby Gaming. You've got to feel like there'll be a huge fight in the offing. Kevman just being forced to go and clear out that mid wave, and that is all that Demise needs to see before they start up this objective. Crisis needs to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get poked too low, but we'll have that shield, we'll have that CC, and we'll have the damage. There's the engage go through onto Jojo, but a nice equalizer coming through from the Rumble will break up the team fight perfectly. Longstaff moving forward, trying to get onto Crisis, who's mauling on through Goose. He's going to go down as Jojo in the back line going to be forced away by Endorser, but now Endorser in so much trouble. Terabyte pretty much untouched as he's looking to clean up shop. The double kill for the Volley Bear as Endorser helps finish up Kevman, the last man standing for Monster, but it doesn't matter. They couldn't take out anyone from Demise, and Baron surely in their sights.
The Enchanter Kingdom, these massive shields, the reduced cooldowns from the staff on top of it, just making it so easy for Demise to play out this fight safely. They managed to kidnap the set early, and all of these previous fights that we saw go in Monster's favor were off of the back of Jojo slam dunking people together. So that meant that Endorser just had to look at it and go, hey, if I just kidnap them, you guys win the 4v4, right? And in practice, we saw it was clearly the case.
And they get the Baron as well. Demise shoot up in terms of that gold lead, 5,000 in pocket now, and they've all just reset to buy. So Monster Rugby Gaming in a bit of a awkward spot as we hit the 24-minute mark. And you mentioned earlier that we might start seeing why Rumble mid isn't really something you see in competitive play, and I think that last team fight kind of showed why.
To avoid regurgitating most of the points that have been said already about this pick, the reason it's so good in high tier solo queue is because you can roam to side lanes, similar to Kiana, constantly impact and snowball off of that. In competitive play, you have your teammates on your headset. They can tell you much quicker, hey, Rumble left by the way, probably back off. And as we've seen here, Rumble hasn't got to do anything in the early game. They've only picked up these assists and the 1 kill in these scrappy team fights that, after that last one, are no longer going in the Monster team's favor. And frankly, Karma's shield pretty much eats the damage from Equalizer now with change.
And that's going to be a massive problem for Monster Rugby Gaming moving forward, because they're so far behind in terms of gold. Baron is not on their side either, so pushing. If Demise can find their lane assignments correctly, they're going to be gaining a lot of territory across the map, and it looks like bot lane is where they've set their sights for this next campaign of pressure. And Monster Rugby Gaming don't even look like they're responding to it particularly. They're hanging around the top side. They're going to lose so much priority, and it's looking harder and harder for them to come back into this game from this position.
Ways Monster can do it this game, taking a look at it from a top-down perspective, best thing they could do is hope that Demise miss position and then try and force with this Rumble ult there. Because right now, as this 4-person unit, it is near impossible to actually get something done. You need Jojo there, but frankly, what are they supposed to do? Run at them really fast? You have a Karma with Shirelias. You need a flanking ward, and when the enemy pushes you in with Baron, that's near impossible. It's a waiting game for Monster now, and they're just hoping that the game doesn't end before they can try and contest Dragon.
And it can't just be them sitting back and not doing anything. They have to defend effectively. And this is where we're going to see if Monster can do this, because too often last split, and yes, I know the team is very different from the one last split, Monster Rugby looked fine in the earlier stages, but if they fell behind, it was difficult for them to come back. They weren't as capable of doing so. They find themselves in a similar position that they did last split, where there are new components in their roster. Can these new components fix that issue?
Be very telling to see how this team attempts to recover, because one of the things that I think a lot of people hate to see from just the analytical aspect is when a team just sits there and lets themselves die. When that chance of a 70-30 fight goes to the 80-20, 90-10, and then you force the fight in the worst case scenario. It's all about finding the best time to pull the trigger. It's not something that is easily done, especially considering how little vision, how little info you're getting for the Monster team. So frankly, the best thing they could do this game is identify one solitary pick, force all they can on that, and try and blow the other team out of the water, because when it comes to these Dragon fights, you can't beat Karma.
It's difficult. It's completely impossible to get through the Karma shield in an effective manner, just because if you're focusing on every single member to get rid of that shield, they're doing a lot of stuff back to you, and they've got more money, they've got better items, and the component parts of this Monster Rugby Gaming roster in terms of champions aren't really firing in all cylinders. Jojo's been exceptional on this set, it must be said, but we're going to have to see if he can do it in another fight. Endorser has taken Rumble into difference, so he's not going to be involved. Kevman has been dove on top of Longstaff, in a lot of trouble on the back though, as Vossen picks up the kill. Kevman trying to stumble away, dodging skill shots left and right. Nice equalizer, but it's not going to matter as the shield comes up. The dump down from Jojo as he looks to get back into the fight. Double kill for Vossen as Goose tries to scrap his way to freedom, won't be able to do so. Demise pick themselves up for the ace. Endorser cleaning up the fight, and now they can pressure forward. The only good thing for Monster Rugby here is Baron has gone.
I think that they may be fishing for breaking inhibs, getting that soul, and then just ending off of that subsequent Baron you allude to there. Very nicely done by Demise, pulling that trigger and not even giving Munster the chance to get a desperation play. And they're saying, hey, if we make the play first, they really can't do anything. The amount of speed that they had, I would love to see a, review of that in post to see what the perspective of Munster was there, because you basically had a second with that Nautilus on screen before they were already on the top of your carry. Endorser, they got the ultimate over the wall, so you really couldn't even match with Equalizer. It was beautifully done by Demise. They deserve the lead they've got right now off of that play, and frankly, I have no idea how Munster could even hope to come back into this play around the Baron. It is solely reliant on the most miracle of miracle plays that is pretty much unfathomable in this game state.
Well, you said it last game, taking Baron, regardless of the game state, against a Rumble is very scary. The game state is not looking so good, but now I'm going to put your analysis to the test, because Monster Rugby Gaming are behind. They're not looking super hot. They have a Rumble. Baron's on the menu.
I think if they can get rid of Terabyte's flash, then that point becomes very important. But until then, they're the main member you want to kill. You won't blow up Vossen with the ultimate because they'll never be frontlining. So this game, Munster have the toughest time imaginable, and oh, of course they get spotted out by the solitary blue ward. Beautifully placed. This is just Terabyte going on a tear this game.
Terabyte giving massive credence to the rumors that he's a good ADC, as Munster do need to be careful setting up a little bit of a death brush, but can't find this airplay. Teleport coming in above the pit, so keep your eyes on that one. Jojo maybe looking to get an engage through, but Demise very respectful even with their big lead. Don't want to be messing around with that. But Endorser's down in the base, getting an inhibitor right now, so this fight is going to be crucial. Endorser actually going to be teleporting through, wants to take the 5v5. Nice ultimate coming through from long enough, as they will be able to kill Endorser. Look at the shields coming down as the damage comes through. Terabyte once again, no one's managed to get on top of him as he looks to tear through. Longstaff finally does, but he's going to melt. The damage is done. Endorser barely needed as Demise take the fight. They get the ace if they can pick up Goose. Can they land it? No, they can't with the anchor. But Demise really not caring about these towers. Want to remove the final defender for the Irish team. The Udyr running as fast as he can, clearing as many minions as he can. But it does not matter. Demise pick up their first win of the UKEL Summer Split 2021. And Monster Rugby Gaming still lots of work to do.
What's old is new again. As the Nexus falls, Demise rise, and they are going to run away with this one off of a few successive, very successful fights. Extremely well played by the team that in the early game, it didn't look completely all together. Jojo having some great pick plays that made the game look a lot closer than it in reality was, and just the Enchanter gap plus the full-on Ocean Dragons were too much. As we take a look at these damage numbers, they are pretty insane.
I mean, Jojo had an exceptional performance in the first few team fights for Monster Rugby Gaming, and it was kind of the either this is why we won the team fight, or this is why us losing a team fight wasn't actually so bad. But it was the first team fight where they really contained the set. Demise were like, oh, off this team fight, we get a 5k gold lead, and we get big objectives. That's quite cool. Now we can just run over the game. And as you said, Demise played team fights in the later stages exceptionally cleanly. Terabyte, monster, positioning almost to perfection, only getting caught by the last Zenith Blade of 100 health Leona. That was all the CC he really got hit with in that last team fight. And on Varus, who isn't that mobile, that's super impressive.
Brilliant positioning. They obviously had a very useful team comp for keeping them alive, But even then, you can have all the tools in the world. If you don't use them, then there's no point having them. Terabyte validating the praise that they have been getting in the preseason, and I've got in my notes that potentially this could be our Vayne God's successor coming into the split. That was certainly a performance that gives you the right track for it. We'll have to see what the rest of the field looks like, as we still got plenty more good players to come, but very thrilling performance from Demise, putting themselves quite handedly in a good position already.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good teams already, and there's going to be plenty more action this evening. Myself and Melville will be jumping off the mic, but we're going to be replaced by Initializers and Anifar for his debut in the UKEL. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be Lucendi versus Nerd Rage. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the UKEL Summer Split 2021. You started the stream with one Hapgood, you're ending it with the other. I am Samuel, initialized Hapgood. I am joined by man, myth, and legend of the Portuguese scene, Anifar, for his first time casting here in the UKEL. It's an absolute pleasure to be casting with you, sir.
It's an absolute pleasure to be casting with you as well. I believe that man, myth, and legend is a bit too far-fetched, but
Well,
I
we'll wait
am
and see.
honored to be introduced like that by you, of course, and I'm hoping to have some good games in front of us, both to finish off the first day. So far, we've had pretty fun games. We've been seeing how the meta has changed ever since MSI. It was
Sure.
basically the last big tournament that we've had, and I believe that it's not very different. I also saw a few weird flex when it comes to drafting,
That too.
and we obviously will have to look further into those. We'll have to look further how the championship progresses. We'll have to look further in how the patch really progresses. But so far, I'm pretty much satisfied with how the League of Legends in general is going on.
Yeah, definitely been enjoying it so far. We've had everything from a Rengar top to an
Yeah.
absolutely nail-biting start to that game too, but probably is time to turn our eyes to the matchups we have ahead of us here, namely Nerd Rage versus Lucendi. Some context, of course, for those UKEL long-timers. Both of these squads ended the last split at 6 and 8, along with two other teams. We had 4 teams that ended the end of last split at 6 and 8. It was a very tight playoffs race, and these two squads cinched the last couple places. They went through the losers bracket. I believe Lucendi came out on top just about in that first matchup before falling down in the matchup straight after. And really, both these squads kind of looking to step it back up here in the summer split. It wasn't really the greatest end result for them at the end of that split. So looking with a bit of a rebuild here for both of these squads to come out swinging. Bit of a different look for both of these squads though, right, Anifar?
Yeah, definitely. Lucendi coming in, they have a basically complete rebuild. They're looking to see what they can do with these new players to try to not only give spotlight to new people, but also try to change the way that they approach the game. Obviously, we know that their bot lane is pretty solid in 3 Nacho and Riz, so we'll see how they play around it. We'll see exactly how they want to just structure their drafts and the way they approach the game when it comes to that. And on the other side, of course, we have Nerd Rage. They also were part of that four-way tie, as you were mentioning.
Oh, yeah.
They ended up a place above Lucendi, so they were also doing a little bit better. But of course, the roster is not exactly the same. Of course, most teams are really trying to adapt and change as new players come around or whatever it is. And they also have a superstar AD carry when it comes to Aklas. We have not seen much of him yet, but we are definitely excited to see this bot lane matchup in specific because it might be the best bot lanes in UKEL. We don't know yet, of course. We'll have to take a look at that and see how the teams play around it because that's definitely the focal point to any good bot lane is how good can the team play around them.
For sure. And I think that's part of the question you mentioned there is that the unknown quantities point. It was brought up in the pre-game desk. It's going to be brought up again here because both of these squads a little bit difficult to read as far as how good they were. Nerd Rage could be absolutely brilliant. Loads of mechanical talent on there. But it could also just be a lot of egos clashing. It could be some trouble in terms of getting the synergy down. And I know, for example, the other Hapgood, of course, Naimara was saying, well, maybe there's a world here where this squad gets a couple losses and just falls apart potentially. And that's like for Lucendi, a lot of experience, but not necessarily sure how they're going to play around the map. Yeah, of course, Synapse, very good weak side top lane, a great pressure valve, I think was the term that the analyst desk were using as well. And against a lot of the league, there's been a lot of big carry tops. Hell, we saw Icy earlier on today pulling out the Rengar top and looking pretty suave on that pick already. That might not be such a deal in this matchup. Be worth keeping our eyes going further. But maybe we should, again, turn our eyes down towards that matchup you mentioned already. Bot lane's kind of where we're thinking potentially there is a little bit of world where both these guys are going to be wanting to carry. We've got a lot of hope in for Atlas. And for the side of Lucendi, potentially are looking to try and enable 3 Nacho to carry as well with the help of the support in Reese as well. So going to be interesting to see where these guys end up drafting. I mean, we've been looking over a little bit some of the OP.GGs best we can as well. And there's some interesting stuff to work with down there, slightly different champ pools for sure.
Yeah, they're slightly different. Three Nacho and Reese seem to be a lot more aggressive when it comes to their
Seems to be.
picks. The Samira, the Nautilus, and the Rel coming in specifically for these two players. They're just it's just specifically a bot lane that wants to get ahead, that wants to pop off in those mid-game team fights and just go from there. And they're not really a late game insurance in most cases, but
Sure.
it still makes sense that they want to be played around and they want to end the games before the enemy team even has a chance to get to the item breakpoints that they want to. While on the other side, it feels like they do want to play for the late game, Nerd Rage specifically. They do have Jin, Kai'Sa, and Jinx as the main AD carries for Atlas. They are hyper carries for the most part. They are champions that want to stay basically as even as they can in the early game and try to transition that into being the main carries for their team. But eventually, the Kassadin, specifically for
Oh, yeah.
Galul, is also one of his prized picks here in the mid lane. It's just very, very focused on the late game, and I don't know if they will have even the space to breathe and to get to that point if Lucendi just decide to turn on their hyper skill switches and really get ahead through there.
Well, we will, of course, have to wait and see how it plays out on the Rift. We've kind of mentioned that a lot to figure out about both of these squads, maybe the way to phrase it as it stands. You can see the rosters up ahead of you there. Of course, Eugian, Malako, Galul, Atlas, and Nabs making up Nerd Rage. On the other side, still Synapse, Noidid, Berry, 3 Nacho, and it's Reese for Lucendi. Complete rebuild in a lot of ways for both of these squads. Not sure how they're all going to play out yet. We've called out what we're expecting. Galul versus Berry could well be Kassadin versus Vladimir, which will be a matchup I wasn't necessarily expecting with the meta, but considering who these players are, I wouldn't entirely be surprised. Anyone who's interested probably ought to go check out Galul's solo queue stats on casting. They're a bit nuts. Heads up, guys. But of course, solo queue is not competitive, and Caston is not really a pick you necessarily want to be drafting for in every circumstance. Hell, most circumstances. But still, something I'm keeping my fingers crossed for, because it's always exciting to see Castons popping off for sure.
Yes, of course, but mid priority is just too important in the current meta, and unfortunately, Kassadin can bring
Let's do that.
absolutely none of that, not at all. That's exactly the reason why these two mid laners specifically are so interesting to see. Kassadin versus Vladimir, they're just they're two signature champions. They're not meta champions in the mid lane in any way, shape, or form. They are hyper late game carries. They are those mages that want to get to a stage where no one can contest them without getting one shot. And obviously, we are not currently in a meta that is that supports that, mainly because the jungler is the one that really wants to not spend as any time possible in the lanes. They don't want to really use that priority in any way, shape, or form. They just want to be very, very safe to an extent. So it ends up being a little bit of a mismatch stylistically when it comes to the mid lane champions. That's why we see the Lucians. That's why we see even the Rumble that we saw last game, just trying to pop off, trying to get that mid lane prior, so the junglers can basically farm in peace. And they really can't do that with a Kassadin, with a Vladimir. If they just end up getting dove over and over again, if they just end up getting out pressured by the enemy jungler, there's really no comeback mechanic that these mid laners can utilize.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, here we're riffing a little bit, guys, but purely because we're waiting to get into the Champ Select, which I'm hearing will not be too far away. But until then, myself and Anifar can continue to dive deep onto some of these potentials, but they are hypotheticals.
Yep.
We're just waiting to see what the actual life is. There's a little bit of a glimpse in, perhaps as well, to seeing we're ready and waiting to go. The R's are coming through in the lobby. So I think, ladies and gents, not too much longer to wait. And Anifar, got to ask, how excited are you to be here and getting your teeth stuck into a bit of a different scene?
Oh, it's definitely extremely exciting. It's very, very nice to be in a different context. I'm also a bit rusty. I haven't casted in a while.
It's
May
fine.
was
No one knows yet.
Yeah,
Could've known it, no one had known. It's out there now.
May is a very free month, I'd say. But yeah, eventually all the competitions are starting now. It's very exciting to be casting in a different language. Of course,
Sure.
it's not something that I'm used to, but it'll be exciting to just follow along with the UKEL to take a look at different environments to also broaden everyone's experience who is watching this. Anyone who can just feel a little bit more at home by what we're doing. That's obviously the goal, and it's very exciting to be here and to be able to provide that for anyone at home.
Well, from a particular gent here who is painfully monolingual, I have to admit to a fair amount of jealousy that you can cast League of Legends in multiple languages. And my jealousy will have to wait because, as I stated earlier, hypotheticals are done with. Now down to the meat of the action, or at least pick and ban. Nerd Rage will be taking over on the blue side. Luchendi will be over on the red. And what a surprise! The Vladimir will not be allowed to bury. I have seen this guy out in the in-houses in the UK scene absolutely tear people apart with that pick, so it will not be allowed. Fiora away from Yujian, now Nocturne as well, swiftly followed by the Rumble.
Yeah, so far, a lot of comfort picks coming out in the bans, which is expected. It is to be expected when you're not in the highest levels of competition. Usually comfort dominates over meta, and that's why the Nocturne, the Vladimir and the Fiora specifically are coming out here on the bans, because you really don't want your opponent to be as comfortable as possible and for them to take over games as they are known to do in solo queue. You want them to be pressured to play meta, to be pressured to try to outsmart you rather than outskill you, and then you can just be more at peace with whatever you draft. But the Renekton, first pick, it's a perfectly fine, perfectly good solo laner wherever you put it, and he very rarely has hard losing matchups, and if he does, it's very easy for a good early priority jungle like Udyr to try to take advantage of those bad matchups in favor of Renekton.
So the Renekton locked in. Tristana, of course, was the response, as we mentioned. There was a hover of Singed, but I doubt it gets locked in, much to my slight sadness. Instead, we might be seeing, well, I was going to say hopefully Kindred, but again, I just got to stop talking about hovers. It's a mistake every time. You'd think I'd have learned by this point in my casting career, but still no. Maybe they might just look to pair something up with the Tristana, because I doubt a Heimerdinger lock in here will be what they're looking for, but it's gone down to 0. It's just the Ornn. I was hopeful for a very real Heimerdinger pick for a second there. Alas, just the Ornn going up top for Synapse. Something to play safe into the Renekton.
Yeah, it's definitely something to play safe into the Renekton, and the Ornn can often just be completely ignored when it comes to his damage potential. He is very, very strong in those early levels. Level 3 all in from an Ornn can really, really hurt you. So you have to be careful in the laning phase that way. But yeah, he just nullifies the Renekton overall, and it might be a sign to flex the Renekton to the mid lane. Of course, he has to depend a lot on the matchup, and if it isn't to Tristana, he's not going to have a good time regardless. So I guess those are just two very solid picks. The Tristana as a flex, and the Ornn as a very stable late game champion, and who can hold his own in laning phase as well to just come in on the first red side picks.
Well, there we go. We're seeing right now that Morgana's been locked in for Malako in the jungle. We suspect, of course, is still flexible and alongside the Sylas, which we're assuming goes mid, but there has been 1 or 2 worlds where Renekton's been flexed towards that mid lane and Sylas has gone topped. And Amumu is locked in, but it's unfortunately a proxy pick. That is Braum to go alongside the Tristana. Again, I am as sad as the mummy right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not the day we see Amumu. The second Amumu of the day is not really
It's not pre-season Sunfire, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, Sunfire did get a couple of nice buffs for the jungle.
True. Well, maybe one day.
Yeah, it's not mainstream as it was in the beginning of the season, but we'll wait for it. So yeah, we do have a Braum that usually hard counters Ornn on the other side, and it could be the reasoning behind this pick so early for the bot lane, especially since you don't really know who the support is on the other side, and Braum does have a couple of bad matchups, especially into some enchanters. So Braum just ends up being locked here. Mostly because he's just so good into the Ornn, he can just put up the Unbreakable and just completely ignore that ultimate, so that's very, very important. And on the other side, of course, the Morgana is a flex pick. She is one of the fastest clearers in the game, as we've been seeing in the last couple of weeks. Is still after the nerfs, she's still very, very strong in that particular position. And the Silas can be flexed into the top lane. It's one of his best matchups into the Ornn. It's not only one of the greatest ults that he can steal in any teamfight context, but also through the laning phase, it's very easy for Silas to just harass the Ornn, to play around the pillars, to try not to get caught, and still get ahead with an HP advantage. So the Silas is very, very favored in this top lane matchup. Let's see if they do decide to flex it into Yujian.
Wait and see. Of course, the mid lane matchup, though, will be the Corki for Berry here, leaving what looks to be jungle for last pick. That was what Nerd Rage sort of really pinched in their second phase of bans, looking to get rid of anything that could challenge Morgana in the early game when if she ever got invaded. On the other side, of course, it was the AD carry pool that Lucendi pinched with their bans, which means Atlas now got to think about what he's got available to him to lock in. Kai'Sa, I suppose, still available, as is something like a Samira. But we've had the Battle Cat, now we'll get the Book Cat, Rengar being replaced with Yuumi here in this game.
Yuumi is not Yuumi. We just received a word from our production. It is a Taric coming in into Braum, and the Taric is okay into Braum, and it's okay into the entire enemy composition, because what does Ornn and Tristana want to do? They want to all in. They want to try to sustain DPS you throughout a fight, and to try to destroy you slowly but surely with all the engage capabilities that they do have. And the Taric, it kind of just denies that. It's a great counter engage pick. It's great to keep just big bruisers safe, like the Renekton, like the Silas, and also with the Vayne next to him through the hands of Atlas, it's just very easy to enable a hypercarry like this in the late game team fight. So the Taric is just very, very interesting to see in this particular context. But by now we have of course the placeholder, so we'll have to redo champion select.
Absolutely, we will, with those proxy picks removed. And remember, Vayne Taric bot lane, and I think I've heard no word otherwise. Ivern still looking like an Ivern, so
Wow.
that's a bit of a matchup. Sadly, the Ivern specialists aren't on the cast. Melvin is probably tearing his hair out right now, wondering why he didn't get to cast this game. But here we are looking at what we have for rosters. Going to wait and see whether we do get whether that Ivern is anything else. But as far as I can tell right now, that is just a straight Ivern lock-in, so we know what our rosters are at. Got to call out that bot lane. We said Atlas got a high ceiling, but an unknown quantity.
Yeah.
One way to come in and prove yourself is to just lock in Vayne in your first game
Exactly.
like this.
You just want to make sure everybody knows that you're a mechanical god, so you just pick Vayne off the bat. You leave no room for doubt. You want to be the carry for your team. And at the same time, he's not the only win condition for this team. The Silas can really get something going in the early game and just snowball from there. The Renekton is obviously a great pick in the mid game to solidify their strengths in team fights. And the Morgana, of course, is just so unforgiving every time she gets one of those picks with the Dark Binding. So the Vayne is very good in this context specifically. She has a great front line and great setup, but at the same time, she is not being relied upon to just take the game by storm. She can be that late game insurance, but at the same time, she doesn't need to carry any kind of team fight. So that's the most important thing to look at from Nerd Rage, that yes, the Vayne is there. Yes, the Vayne will be a focal point in the late game, but she is not the only way that this team can get ahead. On the other side, of course, it's weird to see the Ivern coming in at the end of the draft. They had plenty of time to counterpick the Morgana in the jungle. Of course, Ivern isn't really a counterpick. Ivern is just solidifying the 2 marksmen that they already have. And it's really there to just enable the Tristana and the Corki. It's there to be even better as a mid-game enchanter to its own team. Of course, the Karma would be pretty good here already, but of course you can't just throw a Karma in the jungle. So Ivern is basically a budget Karma that can easily also just do his job in the jungle. He really can't get pressure in the early game because his damage output is also insane if he actually goes into those 1v1. So it's just a very smart draft here from Lucendi, but it's also very safe, while Nerd Rage, they just come in guns blazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It hits about level 11, and Silas gets to steal lots of ults, and Vayne is tumbling around with Cosmic Radiance on top and a Black Shield to boot. Atlas and Galul could have a really good time of it. On the other side, though, double marksman with a Braum and an Ornn to hide behind, and an Ivern to offer some shields and some more options with the root core of the Trigger Seed. That's not a bad comp either, and
Yeah, no.
I will be interested to see who can carry harder between Berry and 3nacho and Galul and Atlas at this point.
Yeah, I do believe that Luchendi's power spikes are fairly easy to achieve. Corki just spikes with 2 items pretty easily. Tristana, she really doesn't need the LDR or even the Infinity Edge to spike. She can do pretty well with just a Kraken Slayer and a Phantom Dancer. So it's just very easy for the Corki and the Tristana to really be enabled, especially with the Ivern. The moment he gets the Ardent Sensor, the moment he really starts giving the movement speed with the Shurelias eventually, or Moonstone, whichever one he just decides to bring in. It's just very easy for him to enable these 2 marksmen, and they're not they're very good in the late game, of course. They're still marksmen, but they do spike pretty early, so they can still just stat check Vayne at any point of the game if she does not get ahead, if she really just tries to play for that late game. The Tristana and the Corki can be very big menaces in that sense, but at the same time, Nerd Rage, they can rely on the Silas and the Renekton to be bigger threats to the enemy marksman, because Corki can't really just dive a backline. Tristana can, but at the same time,
risky, right?
it's very risky. So they can't really get to Vayne as easily as Nerd Rage can get to Corki and Tristana. So that's why I would give a slight edge to Nerd Rage's draft in the way that they can just completely deny any chance for Corki and Tristana to ever deal damage. But at the same time, Luchendi just have a very, very safe draft. And even if Corki and Tristana can't really get to the carries, a front-to-back team fight can really, really favor them if they know how to time any cooldown correctly around that Cosmic Radiance and just try to get Tarek to be the least effective he can be.
Yeah, I mean, you've got an Ornn and a Braum, which are pretty much 2 of the tankiest champions you get in their respective roles versus Tarek, not bad, and Renekton, not bad, but again, Bruiser and, Tarek's got his, in fairness, fairly decent options in Cosmic Radiance. He said invulnerability is about as tanky as you can literally get. So, there are some windows to play around here for both teams, but I kind of agree, and for Berry and 3nacho, they'll have to have their fingers really quick on those W and F keys. I'm hoping they've got flash on F for those, so that makes sense. But, the rocket jumps and the Valkyries may well need to be on point if they need to avoid the likes of Silas diving forwards. Still, I did like your point there saying, well, Corki and Tristana maybe spike that touch earlier, also scale pretty well, so there's some options there, and if it does come down to some almighty front-to-back team fights, I suspect both teams will feel like they have tools, at least, to outplay their opponents.
Yeah, I do believe that. Of course, ease of execution comes into play at a certain point, and I do believe Luchendi have a way easier team comp to execute. But at the same time, if they both just execute perfectly, there's really no telling who's going to come out ahead, because on the one side, Luchendi do have that very steady front line, that very easy to hit engage with the Glacial Fissure, with the Call of the Forge God. It's really not hard to just set up a team fight with an Ornn and a Braum. But at the same time, Nerd Rage just have so much mobility around those same cooldowns. They have so many choices to disengage with Black Shields, with everything that the Tarek has in his kit to just keep his carry safe. And they also just have so much backline access, so much potential to snowball through the early game as well, that it's really anyone's game, and we'll just have to see who has the higher APM on the day.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? I feel like that's pretty much how every pick and ban phase ends when team comps feel relatively similar on how they want to execute. Need to see whether Nerd Rage can find their way into the backline with a couple teleports, and of course Silas and Renekton very happy to go doing that. On the other side, if Luchendi can put up the wall, or at least the door, courtesy of Braum, well, then they themselves aren't going to be feeling too unhappy about it. But enough about the drafts. I'm hearing in my headphones what sounds to be the sounds of Summoner's Rift. Now that means, my friend, we will be on to our third matchup of the day here. Our first game casting, though. And time to see whether we get anything interesting happening at level 1. And by the fact that a lot of members from Nerd Rage are steaming their way down bot lane, we might be in for a very interesting level 1.
They are trying to cheese something, maybe just getting a little bit of control in the bot lane, trying to catch someone off guard.
Oh,
This used
boy.
to be the Vander special, actually.
Yes.
He used to just rally his teammates behind
That's
him
about right.
into those bot lane bushes, and Nerd Rage just don't get anything off of it, but they could have just caught either an AD carry or a support just waiting in the wings, just completely off guard. They end up not doing it, but still, it's not much time that they wasted. They just get to go back, refill on those sweepers, especially for the jungler and the support, and everyone else can just walk back to lane, basically unharmed. They just really didn't waste much time with that, and if they could just get a kill from that, it would just have been maybe just game over in this early game, but of course it's too early to tell.
Morgana has backed, has got Sweeper, and Moloko, and of course UGN might be looking to head in for an invade and make Ivan's
Ooh.
life tricky. They'll sweep out the ward, they'll know they're on vision, but with Ivan on the bot side, this could well be just a straight steal of all those camps that Ivan spent all the time marking. Disaster for Noid's early game.
Yeah, this W from the Morgana is just so easy to do Raptors with. She gets so much sustain. Pretty much the same as Lilia. She can just AoE the entire Raptor camp and just sustain through it, regardless of having a leash or not. She still had a soft leash by the Renekton there, but it really didn't amount to much. She just gets to invade those Raptors, and we see vertical jungling just coming in straight off the bat. Noided did grab his blue buff before invading the enemy red buff. He smites it instantly, so there's really nowhere where the Ivern can really go wrong with that little invade. And knowing that the Morgana is in the top side, is currently just taking away his entire jungle, he really doesn't care. He goes to his own side. He doesn't want to risk too much, and the Morgana is just safely playing around his solo laners. And that's exactly what Nerd Rage want to do. They want to enable these solo laners as much as possible. These solo laners that already have priority by themselves and can give the safety to Morgana that she needs. And in return, she can also just use those solo laners to try to get ahead in the early game.
It might not be Nidalee. It might not be
Uh-oh.
Elise if you look a little further back, but Morgana looking to be the new addition to Renekton plus X in terms of AP junglers. Watch for the Dark Binding, watch for the Flash and the Ruthless Predator. Might not even need it right now, they're just going for plates. Dark Binding hits a minion and a sad B emote comes out, and all of that setup I did comes down to Nor, and Yujian will instead dice his way out of danger, but Crisis averted in the top line, and Synapse feels okay about that one, but it got a little close there for a second or two.
It did get a little close, but the Ornn is just full health at that point. He
enough.
did the usual refillable pot start and just gets the Dorn's shield in the lane. Galul.
That's a lot of danger. Finds himself a root caller. First blood goes the way of Berry. Malika will land the Dark Binding now, looking to get as much damage down as they can. The burst caller comes in, but Eugen is flashed in after the teleport with a slice, a dice, and a second kill goes over to Maliko to make it a 1-for-1 overall.
That was very weird by Galul. He just goes in under the turret. He does not have the support from Maliko at that point. And Barry is just safely hitting from behind. He takes way too many turret shots, and it's a very easy kill for Lucendi. But eventually, of course, the teleport comes in from Yujian from the pressure that he had earlier because of the jungler being close by. And that's just a very, very good way to turn it around and to not make Galul suffer as much as he could have.
Teleports back from both mid laners, but of course it's a slightly better back for Berry because he got first blood and got to back on a timing more of his choosing. So that means Sheen and Cull alongside that tier in inventory, whereas there's at least a Dark Seal in inventory for Silas. It'll add a little bit more oomph to those pots, and if he can get some stacks on there, could look to pick up an autograph book later on in the game. Magi Soul Stealer, definitely an option, but right now it's just a little bit more laning oomph for the Corki to be working with. A little bit of action on the bot side, but not much to work with.
Nothing there because the Taric can just sustain through anything. He has infinite heals, especially when he gets to proc the Bravado. His passive is just so easy for the Taric to just spam that very, very hard until any healing reduction is seen on the other side. And obviously, marksmen don't really want to itemize those little tech items, especially the Executioner's Calling this early into a laning phase. And given that the Tristan is paired with the Braum, it's not really the biggest hard engaged bot lane that you can have. So they really just want to take the trades as they come. They know that they're not going to win HP wise, but it's still good enough for them to gain enough pressure to see even their jungler coming in through the bot side, getting the first Drake of the game, and that's as much as Lucendi could have asked for in this early game.
Morgana on the other side of Malako, just hang around this top side. You know where they want to be pressuring. Do Nerd Rage. Gonna try and dive this Orm before he hits level 6. Black Shield available. Malako stepping forwards, just throwing some autos. Trying to get away is Synapse, but will get stunned in place. The Dominus is popped. So much damage with the Ruthless Predator and the Cull the Meek waiting for that Dark Binding. It is going to be flashed away from, and Synapse gets out alive. Well held on the flash to avoid the Dark Binding.
Yeah, Malako was really trying to see if Synapse really flashed before that Dark Binding came in. He didn't. Eventually, he had to use the Dark Binding at the last possible second, and the flash is forced, but teleport back to lane, and the Ornn doesn't seem to have... But Malako is still there.
There is still Malako here. Of course, not much of a wave, so probably safe for now, but there's another wave being escorted into the tower. Doesn't look like Malako wants to try it, though, and so he'll back away, wants to get back to farming. Noided is here, and of course, you can't outsmite an Ivern like that. You can try and trade a Roots, though, so Root Caller for Dark Binding is the trade in the mid lane as well. Berry trading with Galul, so jungler v jungler, mid laner v mid laner, and little else to write home about. Just some health bars traded back and forth a bit.
Yeah, Malako really wanted to go for the repeat dive, but Synapse just hits 6 the moment he teleports in, and it's just too hard to dive on Ornn with that ultimate available. They just decide against it, and there on the Raptors, a little bit of a trade. Nothing much happens, but the focal point was the mid lane. Galul just loses yet another giant trade into Berry. Berry is using a lot more mana, yes, but it really doesn't matter because he's managing to pressure the Sylas in a way that he really can't get anything going. The Dark Seal is barely getting any stacks. He's really not being able to do anything else other than getting priority in the mid lane, which is what the Sylas is expected to do. But Malako is finally turning his attention somewhere else.
Yeah, it's just hanging around mid. Berry was out of mana, was looking to recall, had to cancel that, so we'll now lose a fair amount of pressure in mid. In the top lane as well, Synapse did burn the ultimate, trying to get something onto Yujian, but didn't really find all that much. Instead, we'll see some resets, and just a slight gold lead to Nerd Rage right now of about 500 or so gold. And we're going to see a bit of a scuffle around this Scuttle Crab. Malako gets a hold of that one and will earn themselves a Chilling Smite, having used up their Hail Blade.
Yeah, finally he has the 900 damage smite, which is very big for future objectives. Of course, it's still a while until the next objectives come up, and the Ivern is already matching that same smite damage, so it really doesn't make that much of a difference. But of course, it's way easier to take those kinds of objectives when you have that big of a true damage burst. When it comes to those epic monsters. And Noided is just taking everything on the map. He takes the first dragon, he goes for the first Herald, and even Yujian might be pressured here.
There's a package available as well, though. It doesn't really land. Gonna fire out as many rockets as possible, though. A bit of a heal off the way, but not as much as they like. Valkyrie forwards into the bush goes Yujian, trying to buy space, but it's not going to be enough. And Berry gets himself enough visibility to take down the crocodile. Big game hunting indeed. In the river, though, it's Galul and Nabs trading out, taking down Daisy. But it's still a 4v2 in the river. Malako now turns up to even it up a little. A lot of damage coming through. Gonna flash in. Nabs goes in, trying to find a big dazzle. Galul gets that kill. And the Rift Herald is stolen as well. Cosmic Radiance is armed. But Braum gets Malako before it comes through. Still traded back. Taric gets a kill there. And now Berry stunned in place. Has to flash over the wall. Galul thinking about going over. Will abscond. Will abduct onto Reese. But now the passive from Reese is coming through. Those are the concussive blows. Gets a little dangerous, but Berry doesn't feel comfortable enough to keep trading Kingslayer. And the healing it offers wards him away. And it does turn out to be a relatively even trade, all things said and done, aside from the fact that somehow, someway, Nerd Rage steal away the Herald.
Wow, that was a really, really intense fight that really didn't need to happen there. Ivern just had his entire jungle to clear, and he just brought so many members of his team only to take down a Renekton and eventually even losing the objective. It was just a very weird fight to have happened there. Fortunately for Nerd Rage, they can capitalize on the fact that Lucendi do force the same objective, and now Galul is way more comfortable
Danger.
in this mid lane matchup. But yeah, the single
It's gonna
root
be a
caller.
root caller does land,
Okay.
but no one will take the opportunity to fly in to that Silas. The full mana bar there makes his HP a little bit, what's the term? Disingenuous, maybe, is the term I'll go for in the end. It's not really what you think it is. The moment he presses W, that HP bar shoots right up again. But second Drake has spawned, and while Noidid might not have been able to secure the Herald, he might well be able to secure Drake number 2 for his team.
Noidid is always on top of the happening. He just really doesn't mind just taking all these dragons with all the added pressure that his bot lane is being able to achieve. But Malico is close. No, really doesn't get anything with the tormented soil. So yeah, Nerd Rage are kind of faltering in these kinds of objectives. They usually have the priority on the entire top side. They didn't do mostly anything with it. Malico is hanging around the lanes, just wasting a lot of time most of the time. But since it's a Morgana, the Morgana is always going to be ahead in farm, so it really doesn't matter how much time she wastes. But it just feels like they're trying to be proactive, but they're really not figuring out how to do it. But at least they can recognize when Lucendi make mistakes. They can recognize, like that Herald fight, when they are mispositioned, when they do not have the item breakpoints to really fight for a set objective, and they can get ahead in that way. Now Galul is gonna get a couple more plates, and that's basically as much as you can ask for in this mid lane matchup.
A lot against the Corki range versus melee, seeming to mean very little there. 2 kills, though, onto Berry. Makes that a bit trickier, but all those turret plates will certainly make Galul feel a little less sad about how some of these points have gone. Instead, just going to see a bit more trading there. Just looking across the map, nothing huge to write home about right now. We've got a long time until anything else is spawning. 4 minutes or so until the Mountain Drake. We will not have second Herald for a while yet either, so maybe just looking like a little bit of a peaceful moment unless a gank can be found.
Yeah, it feels like it's a little bit of a lull state. We see Synapse in the top lane, finally getting a hold of that Bramble Vest, so Yujian isn't going to be able to pressure a lot. That's basically the full build for any tank into a bruiser. You just get that Bramble Vest, you're basically set for the rest of the lane.
It doesn't even need to leave lane to build it. He just sits behind the tower. It's like a global torch. You just sit there and build it in front of the crocodile. He goes, well, thank you. Just what I always wanted. My Gourd Drinker is now like what, 40% less effective? I forget how much healing reductions on Bramble Vest.
It's
frustrating.
It's a lot.
It's fair about.
Yeah. It's at least 40%, I'm pretty sure. There it is. It is 40% for 3 seconds.
Thank you, Reed.
It is flat damage now. It doesn't scale with armor, but Galul is having a little bit of a kerfuffle here. Nothing ends up happening.
Yeah, just trading back and forth. The Pengu comes out and dab, which is really the most damage you can see out of that fight. The emotional scarring, I swear, from some of these emotes. True trauma on the Rift. Lane has kind of been left to the whims of Lucendi, of course. Tristana inevitably will shove fast in the vein because, you know, AoE auto attacks and all that jazz, and the vertical jungling on top of that only compounds it all. It's led to a bit of a CS lead. It's certainly led to a bit of a turret plate lead, but that will be traded into for the numerous plates both Yujian and Galul have picked up in the top and mid respectively, and it's led to a 1,500 gold lead for Nerd Rage. So we're kind of cresting near enough 15 minutes in, minute or so till we get to that point. But Noidid might be looking to get a bit more of an advantage for Lucendi here. He snuck into the bush.
Oh, yes, he has, but Navs has the Cosmic Radiance, Atlas has the Final Hour. It shouldn't really be a problem for that bot lane. Synapse should be fine.
Probably is. There's a black shield in, which means that the other way goes the Call of the Forge. Got flashes out from that Soul Shackles as well. He's going to get away. The bot side, though, is now given the green light to try and dive down here. Going to get a lot of damage onto this tower. The Glacial Fissure comes out, and the tower about to fall. Doesn't quite yet. The wave runs out. The boss shot has to come away, and that was a bit of a scuffed play in the bot side as well. Cosmic Radiance down for Buster Shot and Glacial Fissure, and a couple summoners on Reese as well. Not really what Lucendi were looking for. On the top side, Nerd Rage still get turret number 1.
Yeah, Lucendi just loses absolutely everything. Synapse does not respect the fact that he cannot clear the way fast enough for the turret to survive. He dies right afterwards, even though he wasted his flash. Okay, Barry's fine. Moving on to the bot lane play. It was really confusing how that dive came about. The minion wave was not there, and I'm assuming it hasn't been there for a while because the Vayne really can't clear it that fast. So the fact that there were no minions and they just forced a dive with only Daisy was very, very weird by the side of Lucendi. They end up losing global pressure throughout top lane, bot lane. There's really nothing that they got, but fortunately for them, they're halfway through a Mountain Soul. They have pretty much most of their item spikes. The Divine Sunder now on the Corki coming in with the added buffs is just so good to hit those high HP targets like the Sylas, like the Renekton, and even the Taric. And it's just a very, very smart purchase here by Barry. And on the way to the Muramana, this Corki will be invincible at a time.
It's worth noting because we've got a Mountain Drake to talk about. This would be Soul Point for Lucendi.
Yeah.
4 mythics complete for Nerd Rage, down from top to bot. The only one they're missing is Tarix, and that means they're willing to fight. But vision control and setup is already there for Lucendi. Dragon now down about half HP. Package is indeed available. Wait for it. Dominant's been brought. Malako over the wall. He's looking for something as well. The core of the Forge God now summoned, but Malako has secured the Drake. Noided, stole Shaka to the back end of it as well, and Galul has killed 3. Nacho, it's a complete disaster for Lucendi. A double to the Sylas. Over the wall onto a blast cone goes Sylas. The Blitzcrank question mark emote. Perhaps the least elegant part of that fight, but it is a massive team fight victory for Nerd Rage. Drake secured, 4 kills secured, and a serious amount of gold going into all of their inventories.
Yeah, it was so explosive, and as you were mentioning before the team fight, the mythics are basically all there for Nerd Rage, and Lucendi really can't keep up with the amount of damage that's coming out of mostly everyone on the side of Nerd Rage. They are very, very reluctant to start this team fight. The package is used defensively, even after your AD carry is just in position for it. Okay.
Malako has got a back shield, will immune the concussive blow, will still get jumped on. Flash over the wall from Barry, he's got an ignite and he's got a kill. That'll be another one out to Eugen, getting a lot of healing. Barry gets killed off by the flipping Rift Scuttle. On the other side, you could see Akler's got a kill onto Synapse. It's a 2 for 2, all things said and done. Down comes Galul, will force the side of Lucendi away from the Herald in a 1 versus 3, just not enough health bars to work with.
This is just descending into chaos. This game is just completely bonkers, and Reese is just caught.
No, the stolen Glacial Fissure will put Reese on ice. He's put into the mortuary fridge, and that'll leave another kill in the hands of this Vayne. The first kill in the hands of this Vayne, even. And that was a nice attempt by Berry. You saw the playmaking. He's now at 4 kills. It's just too much gold, too much advantage. Galul roams down. What looked like a decent turnaround play just wasn't enough.
Yeah, this Gorky is just too strong at this point. Even without the Muramana, he's just so strong. He's just hitting so hard with those Qs, those auto attacks. They're just very, very unforgiving, and Malako just didn't respect that. He didn't respect the fact that the Corki could just flash in, try to just deal the most amount of damage that he could, and that's exactly what he did. He eventually dies to the Rift Herald, which was a little bit sad, admittedly, because Yujian really tries to pull it around. He leaves 3 members of Lucendi really, really low on health, but it really doesn't matter. Nerd Rage just tried to bite off a little bit more than they could chew, and Lucendi get ahead in that scenario. But for now, we see that Nerd Rage are very, very comfortable with their gold lead. As we've mentioned several times throughout, their mythic breakpoints are just all there and have been for a while. Galul finishes the Magi Soul Stealer, and that's just huge on the Sylas. He finally got those 10 stacks that also give him bonus movement speed, but of course it's a huge gamble. 1 death, and that could be the end of the dream.
Oh, he's looking to grab another name for the book right now, but the Death Note won't be stacked quite yet, and instead, the wannabe like Yagame will be retreating from what looks like a few too many members. Berry, yes, he is on a team that is down a significant amount of gold, 6,000 plus at this point. But Berry, 4-1-1, got that Sundra we talked about, not far away from what looks like a Muramana as well, is still a threat to be reckoned with. You don't want to dive him recklessly.
Yeah, not at all. That Corki can pack a punch, and you'd find out the hard way, Nerd Rage. So they do not want to go down that path. What they do want to go down is this topside jungle. Try to get as much vision as they
boy.
can, because, ooh, okay.
Okay, well, you know what you need to scout a brush? More brush, it turns out. But the Neverfrost is who walks the other way and finds the other half of Nerd Rage. And the rage is being felt right now, but that's a fair amount of shields between a Trigger Seed and, of course, a Locket of the Iron Solari, I apologize. Which means that Reese gets out alive. Still, got a little bit dicey there, flash down, and instead it will offer Nerd Rage the opportunity to start up the Baron, having scared away the members of Lucendi. Here come the teleports back though. Reese still down at the 1/3 HP. Teleport in turn from Berry. He's got a Muramana inventory. This is the time. Galul summoned his own version of Daisy, and that's a knockoff brand you don't want to be facing down. Barry is stunned in place! It's a complete disaster! He's knocked up, knocked out by Eugen, and now on the other side, big damage onto Atlas, who has got the final hour running, but has to back away from the fight, so damn low. 3 natural, flashing away, gets stunned in place, will go down.
Wow.
Gets alive! How is he alive? Morgana gets another, and it's a team fight. Victory's Galul finds himself an abscond and an abduct. Anointed goes down. Ivan is dead, the king of the forest is no more, and his friends are murdered by Galul in the wolf pit to boot. Insult to injury. His stolen girlfriend is there as well. That is just mean, Silas.
Oh, the Silas just gets absolutely everything. What a dominating performance in that last team fight by Nerd Rage. It was just so interesting to see Eugen just walk in with the Cosmic Radiance backing him up. This is not a counter-engaged Taric. This is a full-on engaged Taric, and they didn't respect that on the side of Lucendi. They end up losing double teleport. They lose the entirety of the vision on that top side, and right after that Baron is disengaged from, they lose the team fight. They lose another Mountain Dragon. What can't Nerd Rage get at this point of the game?
That was one of the biggest swings in gold I've seen in competitive league in a little while.
Yep.
4 for none. They get themselves the Baron. They get themselves the Dragon. And it is looking like a done deal at this point. Near enough 10,000 gold ahead at this point. Shy about 600 gold before they hit that mark. And yes, Berry is decently strong, but now so is Atlas, who somehow, someway survived that last fight on about 10 HP. That's really galling for Lucendi, but the Morgana is strong. The Vayne is pretty damn strong, and we've just mentioned this Silas time and time again. Yeah, you guessed it. He's strong.
Well, and even though Atlas really didn't get to auto-attack that much in the last fight, he got bursted down pretty fast. By 3 naturals specifically, and by the Orin, of course, who was just returning a lot of that damage with the Bramble Vest, but the Vayne does not need to be there. Galul, Eugen, and Maliko, they're just a 3-man squad that can just destroy anyone that comes in from Lucendi, and Reese is the next target.
Boy. That's a fair amount of shielding, but one final Silver Bolt will put the nail in the coffin. That's expensive nails indeed. Vayne offers him free of charge, though. Berry just about out of range of that abduct. Nearly got a little bit dangerous for Corky, but he'll float away on his mana.
Oh, no.
Put Ivan in the dirt one more time. You'd think he'd be alright, considering he's mostly tree, but he ain't getting any nutrients out of that soil. Galul stepping forwards. The top. Okay, maybe a little deep that time. The Cosmic Radiance doesn't quite arm in time. Galul will lose a fair few pages out of his book, but another dog binding. The final hour is popped, and 3 Nacho does fall down. The burn is enough, and I think Nacho got that. I don't quite know how. I guess he did enough damage beforehand to secure that one. 4 kills now on the Vayne. It's still a man advantage, and they are going to be trying to break this base open as much as they can. The Call of the Forge got a summon, though. Big knockups. Down goes Taric. And now Eugen caught under tower. He's got a shield. I don't think it'll be enough. The Cull the Meek will not buy enough time. That's another couple kills going the way of Berry. And an overstep from Nerd Rage gives Lucendi a final glimpse of hope. It has been a hot minute since they've had that.
Yeah, Nerd Rage are kind of underestimating the power spikes from Corky coming in right now. Berry just gets dove by Galul, who's completely overconfident. And you know what they say about overconfidence. It's a slow and insidious killer. It ends up taking not only Galul, but almost the entirety of the Nerd Rage team as they try to siege that base. They do get the mid lane inhibitor. They almost get the top lane inhibitor turret as well, but they cannot finish the job. And with a little bit better execution, they probably could have. So they just ended up just not respecting what the carries from the other side can bring now that they can finally reach their second item. And now Lucendi are feeling way more confident from this little swing, but they are also feeling way more calm and knowing that they can reach a point where it's way harder for Nerd Rage to just a full-on 5v5 and win regardless. So Lucendi, they're very much still in this game. They just have to turtle for at least 10 more minutes, and then they can start using their tools effectively.
That's a very thin silver lining, Anifa. I mean, they got a little bit of a stimulus check. There is a feel-good moment. The problem is when you actually look into the bank account, they are deep in the red. About 10k, it turns out, by the way, guys. We called it as just below that before the base invade. It is just over that now that the base invade has finished. And you've still got to deal with a Silas at 3 items, who's still got 16 stacks in that Magi Soul Stealer. You've still got to deal with a Vayne, who's near enough at 3 items, and a Morgana, who's at a very similar space as well. It is not looking easy for Lucendi to turtle. The shell is cracking, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree completely, and Nerd Rage are finally just getting a step back, just figuring out how to play the map is the most important, to stay cool in these moments and to know that, yes, we just lost a huge team fight while trying to get in the base. What can we do about that? Let's just split the map. Let's just take one turret at a time. We know for sure that this mid lane is ours regardless because of the super minions, so they can just take it easy, chip away at the turret and not try to hard engage, but Galul just seems to have other plans.
Aluko takes a fair amount of damage between 3 Nacho, and of course the turret takes down about a quarter of his HP now at this point as well, so may need to back away before being able to secure the inhibitor. Keep an eye on the minions though, and remember this is a 4v5. Yujian is split pushing away in the bot lane, escorting another minion wave. It means that Synapse is being sent over to deal with him as
Naps?
Pretty low, just gone! 3 Natural deletes him! That's enough to deal with that particular threat, and now Nerd Rage twice in a row. That's a couple unnecessary deaths, and giving a kill over to this Tristan, who's been out of the game really for a little while. Got a Wormfall and Sacrifice courtesy of Ornn and his upgrade Forge. Could start to get a little bit scary. We said that Corki and Tristana scale well. Once these Ornn upgrades have started coming through, now there's a Void Staff complete for Corki. That's a fair amount of scaling coming in.
Oh yes, it is. Third item on Corki. It's very interesting to see the flat pen coming from the Sorcerer's Shoes, and then of course the full-on percentage magic penetration on the Void Staff, because Corki is the only magic demonstrator. I don't know.
He's going to be flashing away from the Soul Shack as Malakos go golden, but he was left alone. He went to look for a steal and was said die for his sins. Soul point secured by Lucendi. It's a stolen Call of the Forge God though, but it's coming across with an actual Call of the Forge Gods. Gods everywhere, rival deities brawling it out in the mid lane, but it does look like Lucendi will be able to disengage. Soul point secured. Daisy now summoned as well. They'll have an even bigger man advantage. Nerd Rage starting to get a little nervous.
Oh, yeah, they're getting a little bit sweaty. They are unsure what to do at this point. They do not play for the Drake. They play these side lanes very, very poorly in the way that they want to approach them. And of course, we saw Nabs just getting completely destroyed by 3 Nacho earlier. So they need to be very careful with this Corki, as I was mentioning. With all this magic penetration that Corki is amassing here, his ultimates are hitting hard. He is basically a poke machine at this point, and if anyone gets any closer than the range of his ultimate, they just get completely destroyed by his auto attack. So this Corki is a menace on the Rift, and as long as he stays alive, Lucendi have a real chance to win any sort of team fight. But right now, they do not have enough vision inside the Baron Pit, even further than the river line. So Nerd Rage are trying to take advantage of that to try to sneak Hero Baron, or to just force them into a very, very bad situation. But I don't think Lucendi want to back away from this.
Oh, they might not. They're feeling good. They are still down 9,000 gold. They are still in a very scary space. It's not quite a death cap, but it's all but there for Silas as well. Galul is a terror. Watch him on the flank. He's got a Glacial Fissure ready to rock and roll. 3 Nacho about to walk up. He's going to stunned in place. Is Synapse. But that's still not quite enough. Daisy in the backline will no down. The Cosmic Radiance now on, but I'm not sure it's going all that much. Buster Shot now used. But still a dead Nacho. He's eaten up for breakfast or probably lunch. Let's be real. Mexican food feel real tasty for Nerd Rage right now. Synapse slowed down. He's now in a 1v1 versus Morgana, who binds him in place. Kalul going in onto Berry, trying to trade it out. Reese as well with the shield, with the door. Berry is trying his absolute best. He gets two. Yuchan will finally put him down, but not before he does a lot of damage. Synapse still alive on the other side. He's got a blast cone to play with. Bound in place. Trying to do as much damage is Malako to keep him out of danger. Double kill for Yujian. And now they just need to escort the waves in. It's only Synapse left. He's going to be able to get out. Malako's gone the wrong way, so he'll be able to return. That's a bit of a disconnect. We'll assume he'll be reconnecting shortly because there's been no pause that has come through. And it's just about a victory, but Nacho's respawn, and they'll only get an inhibitor for their trouble.
Wow, that is a huge team fight, but since it lasts for so long, the death timers really don't matter. 3nacho, the man that was completely obliterated at the start of said team fight, is already back on the base, so Nerd Rage cannot finish the game right away. What they can do is go straight to Baron, because Malako did not die, and Noided is still a ways away from getting back on the Rift. And there is no way for the teleports to come in because there aren't any cooldowns ready on those same spells. Barry is left to take on the waves at the base, so it's a 3v4 for now.
3v5 now that Atlas has turned up. He's got himself a pause, what we have, because Atlas seems to have disconnected. That's a little unfortunate. That's a really frustrating pause because this could be it.
Yes, it could. Okay.
I hope we'll be coming back through in a second. Waiting on word for production to work out when we'll be going live again. But it does leave us with a second to catch our breath. I certainly need it. We've got a Baron set up. We've got Berry a little ways away. What are your thoughts coming into this fight? Because it is on a nice edge. Gold lead be damned.
Yeah, it's a 3v5 so far from what I've seen. Barry has no teleport. The Ivern has just respawned. So it can go very wrong unless 3nacho just manages to stay behind the Braum and the Ornn to maximize his damage output. But still, I don't think anyone can effectively deal with the Ornn unless it's over an extended period of time. So the Vayne really needs to come in handy at this point and really try to make do with what she has. And if she can't hit the Ornn as effectively as she wants to, if Nacho really gets the better of that 1v1 matchup, I really think that Lucendi have a chance. At this Baron, eventually when Barry comes around, probably not with the package, I don't think the cooldown was available, but when Barry comes around, that fight can really be turned around. But until then, the Baron might still fall too fast, it might still fall towards Nerd Rage, but maybe the fight might give a little bit of a chance for Lucendi to try to shorten this gold lead even further.
One of those situations where you need the Baron to hold on that little bit longer, get Berry even more fed. He's got 4 items. He's just not there. I think he hung around to pick up a package, which might give him room to come in. I can't see. Baron is secured though before they can get over. No fight yet, but look who's there. No package, actually, so that's not available for Berry right now. Instead, we're going to see a stolen Call of the Forge Gods. And what looks to be a bit of a freeze, which suggests that perhaps the game has ended. No idea how that one's gone. It's when we've had this situation before, that's what's gone on. And we're not even going to see the climactic fight.
Wow, we are...
Oh, no.
Oh, it is!
It's a bit of a freeze! Never mind! But the Call of the Forge God is blocked by Braum. Cosmic Radiance is called out. Atlas stepping forward with the final hour. I was completely wrong about the game being over, and I'm so damn glad. And Synapse flashes over the wall, will survive the Silver Bolts. Not quite enough to put the Forge God down.
Oh, very no!
Gets traded in with so much goddamn damage. He's going to take it very low. 3nacho jumping away. The rockets are out. It's an exhaust from Tristana. We haven't talked about that all game. No heal for the Tristana. But Malako will use the Soul Shack to get a secure. Barry is dead! Galil gets that one. And now in the back end is Noided. He's dead as well. Atlas gets that one. And 3nacho runs away into the Baron pit. He might be in a firefighter skin, but this is a roaring info to put out, and it's his base that is burning down. We had the London derby earlier, but this is the fire that is burning London down. Nerd Rage will pick up their first win of the UKEL Summer Split.
What a deserved win coming over to Nerd Rage. They were just so dominant in those mid-game team fights. Barry was really trying to 1v9 this game. He was really trying very hard to make the Corki work, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. He can't deal with the backline access that exists on Nerd Rage's side, and they were just calm and collected. They did lose a bit too much as they were trying to finish the game, but eventually they managed to pull it off anyways with a superb execution on that last team fight.
Absolutely true. It was looking like a done deal, and then you've got to give credit where credit is due. Berry did some work.
Wow.
I don't know whether you can see those damage numbers on your screen, but they are absolutely foul. He did, in a 32-minute game, 43,733 damage on Corki. It wasn't quite enough, but that was a decent attempt at a 1v9 if I've ever seen it.
Oh, yes, it was. And that also stemmed from the fact that Nerd Rage didn't really respect the Corki for what it was. They didn't really respect the amount of leads that the Corki started building up in that early game, and they almost fell down to it. But in the end, it just wasn't enough. Mad props to the way that Nerd Rage really pulled off their composition, because it was not easy to execute. We saw the Tarek time and time again trying to use the Cosmic Radiance for the best effect for his team, and it really wasn't working. He really didn't know how to use it on which members to start team fights, and there really wasn't any kind of engage from the other side. So they struggled to make the team comp work, but when they really found that sweet spot is when we saw the brilliance coming from them, and the best team fights that they could have won really pulled off the win for them.
Has done a little bit of damage calculation for all of us back home. That was a 1,344 DPM game from Berry. Not a bad job there, but again, maybe we turn our eyes back to Nerd Rage and say, I think you're completely right. Good mechanical stuff. We saw what this team could be. Still, you see the teething issues. You still see there's some room to grow. Closing out a little bit messy. Maybe some communication errors with saying when you're going, so Tarek can arm in enough time, because that's such a team communication point. If Galul is feeling himself having a great game on the Silas, goes a little deep onto 2 Nexus Towers and dies before the Cosmic Radiance can arm, then you can see where some issues might come in.
Yeah. Of course, it's just a little bit of communication issues that need to be sorted out. The way the decision making came about really wasn't the best, but I'm pretty sure that Nerd Rage, so far from what they've shown, they seem to have at least the mechanical skill to back it up, and definitely the confidence also to make sure that they get as many wins as possible.
Well, the rage has been felt, but we're going to go on a quick break here. And when we come back, we'll be having some new blood to the UKEL to whet our appetites for our final game, namely Nox Esports versus X7 Esports. Go absolutely nowhere. Spoiler, that top lane matchup is going to be an absolute banger. Hang around it and find out for yourselves. are back, ladies and gents, for our final match of the day here on the UKEL Summer Split Day 1. But it is anything but it was a word I was going to say. Anything but last, but that's exactly what it is. But it's like what I'm saying is supposed to be a really exciting matchup, and I completely forgot that intro. Because who we have here is two of our new entrants to the league, namely Nox Esports versus X7 Esports. Time to blood our new bloods, literally that. And X7 looking like, in particular here, potentially the best team in the league. There's a lot of people who are very, very excited to see this roster, Anifa.
Yeah, of course we'll have to wait to see how they
Yeah,
fare
absolutely.
against the other teams who were basically the division above that they were. Last split, they did dominate through the promotion series, and that is very, very interesting how they did that with that top jungle duo really coming in clutch. Raider and Anonymous are absolute mechanical gods. They are very, very smart in how they approach the game. But of course, we'll have to see how they fare into the other teams. And on the other side, we do have Nox Esports. They of course aren't obviously the highest rated roster when you just look at it. But at the same time, they could surprise us, and they're still here to develop this talent. And we'll also see how they evolve throughout the split to become a better team.
Absolutely. X7 absolutely crushed their way through promotions. They've potentially got a bit of an upgrade in mid as well. That's the roster change. And we said Raider Anonymous, probably the best 2v2 in top jungle in the league as it stands. On the other side, though, Arcane Teddy could well be putting up a fight. We saw Icy earlier on the Rengar, proving that top laners can certainly bring the pain. But these two top laners are the other two, really, in my mind, a lot of the analyst minds, who could well be challenging for the best top lane in the league spot. And of course, that'll be supported by their junglers, but not if Nox Esports can help it. They're just banning away as many of Anonymous's most famous champions away as they can. His Lee Sin is close to 300 games in solo queue this season already. Nidalee also 150 odd games as well. Other side though, Ruger's Galio in particular is one I've got to call out as a really big priority pick for the side of Nox. First pick though for X7 will be the Varus for Sin.
Varus' first pick is interesting. I saw Sin in the Twitch chat actually earlier today discussing what Varus build should have been better in that game 2. It ended up being the crit Varus anyways, but we'll see. Sin might be an expert in this particular champion. Varus is obviously a very, very solid champion in the meta at this moment. He has a large amount of range. He is very versatile, which is the best part of Varus specifically. He is very good, whether he becomes a poke bot, whether he becomes a hyper carry. He can do a little bit of anything. That's why he's so valued at early stages of the pick phase by so many teams. It's just because he's so versatile. He can adapt to basically any kind of team comp. And on the other side, Nox Esports, of course, they're gonna reply with the Ezreal. The Ezreal doesn't really have a bad matchup into the Varus. He is very, very well fitted to stay at that big range, to hit those mystic shots without any particular difficulty, especially when he's against an immobile AD carry on the other side. And Varus, he is an immobile AD carry. He is an immobile marksman, and Ezreal can really take advantage of that to be as strong as he can in the early game.
Enough. It's time. I've
Go
got
ahead.
to talk.
The
Raider's
Darius.
locked in his Darius.
Of course. Let's go.
This guy has got some absolutely insane stats on this champion. He loves Jax. He loves Darius. We've got the Darius locked in here.
Oh,
On the other
Fiora,
side-
let's go.
I was calling this out in the break, saying this is a matchup we could have. Arcane Teddy picks up the Gauntlet Raider, throws Fiora in the top lane. It's Arcane Teddy's most played champion. Grandmaster mains in the top side, looking to carry as hard as they damn well can.
Oh, wow, Darius into Fiora was not the top lane matchup I was expecting to see anytime today. But of course, they are comfort picks for Raider and Arcane Teddy specifically. The Darius might be a little bit worse into the Fiora because he can really get harassed by the mobility that the Fiora can bring by hitting those vitals. The true damage percentage can also be very detrimental to the Darius specifically, and it's very hard for him to find the right timing to hit those apprehends without having the riposte on the other side. So the Fiora is usually favored, and she also outscales pretty well the Darius. So let's see how it actually goes, because if the Darius does get a little bit of help from his jungler, and we know that Raider and Anonymous like to play together, that could just be the turning point for the matchup for X7 to just snowball the lead.
Well, that's certainly something. Still, both of these bot lanes now relatively safe, relatively poke heavy. Ezreal Thresh, about as much mobility and safety you could possibly ask for an AD carry. Karma Shields and Varus is a lot of poke. Potentially a lot of lane priority as well. Which, when you know what Anonymous can do with lane priority, is a scary thing to be offering up across the map here. Still, got the rest of our picks to go through. Volibear, Orianna were taken off the board by X7. It's a couple more focus bans for Nox. Kindred, another one of those potential carry junglers off the table alongside the Silas that Ketsuo does so favor his big AP champion threat that we can see. Worth calling out here as well that Udyr is Jin Zhao. We've already seen one of those earlier today, but if you were looking to find a jungler that can tangle in a 2v2 at the top side, Jin Zhao can certainly do that.
Oh, yeah, Xin Zhao can certainly contest that 2v2. He's a very skirmish-heavy jungler, and he just transitions into a very, very big dodge tank, basically, in the mid-game with his ultimate. But on the other side, we have a Gwen.
Jungle. Is that what it is?
Is that a Gwen top lane and Darius jungle?
It could be Gwen jungle.
It could.
I have been playing a little bit of Gwen jungle myself. We'll wait and see. I'm not hearing anything about Gwen being not a real pick. She is enabled. This will be my first time casting the champion.
Same.
We'll find out how it all plays. Gwen in the jungle plays a little bit like Graves in a lot of ways. She kind of dashes around and clears in similar fashions. She doesn't bring a lot of CC like Graves does, but like Graves' ult is more burst. Gwen's ult is a little bit more sustain. That's an Annie last pick.
That is
Mine is blown.
Annie.
Annie currently is Annie. It's legit. It is actually okay. So we've got, I think, Annie versus Twisted Fate mid.
Yeah.
What looks to be probably a Gwen jungle with a Darius top. And on the other side, it's Fiora and Jin Zhao with an Annie mid. What a game to end everything out on. All right, well, who needs metas when these teams can bring it themselves? They'll reinvent it. All right, Annie Farr.
Yeah.
I apologize for doing this to you.
Oh, no.
You're going to have to break this down. How is this even going to play out? I'm expecting some pressure topside as far as I can tell. Probably.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Both teams just want to play around the island that we like to call the top lane, but of course it will depend on who's going top lane for X7. Of course, we know that Raider is the Darius player, and Gwen can be playing the jungle boat. I'm still holding my breath because I do believe... Okay, it should be a Darius top lane. Okay, so Darius top lane, as we said, against the Fiora, he's not very favored. He can very easily be harassed, have no opportunity to try to counter it with a little bit of his own auto attack damage because of the riposte, because of the way that Fiora can just kite away from said damage. And Gwen does not have enough setup to try to turn that around. She is a very good scaling champion. She, of course, is great in the mid game. She spikes very hard in the mid game, but she needs that good setup so she can hit all the sweet spots on her Q, so she can hit that true damage. And if she doesn't have that, it's very hard for the Gwen to really try to skirmish in any way, shape, or form. She is very good at clearing the jungle, though, and that's why she is here specifically. So I don't think that X7 are really well equipped to deal with the Fiora Xin Zhao on the other side, because the Fiora Xin Zhao just has so much more setup, so much more early game ways to really snowball this matchup, and the Darius is pretty much helpless because the Gwen can't do literally anything about it. What I want to look at is the bot lane matchup, because Varus Karma, it's a very dangerous duo right there on the bot side. I do believe that the Varus does go for the lethality here. He has the Gwen to deal enough on-hit damage. The Twisted Fate and the Darius should be enough. Also, with the rest of the damage, Twisted Fate does like to go with a rapid fire cannon sometimes to help with that little bit of a crit, that little bit of attack speed as well for consistent DPS. So the Varus can go for the poke builds, can go to harass Ezreal as much as he can. Annie is also very, very dangerous to deal with on the side of Nox. She can have constant priority over Twisted Fate. She can really stop him from getting those Destiny Gates that he really wants to get over. So Nox Esports seem to have the top side side under control. We'll just have to see if Ezreal and Thresh, being a very safe bot lane as they are, can deal with the Varus Karma and their poke and the way that they can snowball leads from that laning phase onwards. Because if they can survive that, I believe that Nox Esports really have the draft advantage here.
Of course, X7 though can find their way to a mid-game with some level 6s under their belts. Twisted Fate turning up with Darius to force some picks with Gwen. Sounds pretty good to me. On the other side though, look at the likes of Godta, Jin Zhao, one of the most aggressive early junglers you can pick. And he could definitely make Gwen's early jungle clear a little bit trickier. Wait to see whether he decides to go for any early invades, but certainly some spicy picks to kick off this last game.
Oh, certainly spicy. That's what we can call them. And yeah, X7 can really use those level 6s for a great effect. Of course, Varus has the huge lockdown potential, which makes Gwen have the setup that she needs to shine. So Gwen can play around this bot side and try to get ahead in that way. And the Twisted Fate, he's very, very well equipped to deal with low economy because his passive already gives him a lot of extra gold, so that's really not an issue when he's last hitting just fine. So he can just leave his lane, probably lose a little bit of priority, but it doesn't really matter as long as he can get to those bot lane dives if needed, to those top lane fights to turn them into numbers advantage for X7 themselves. And that could be the X factor that this team really needs to try to snowball leads, because in any other way, the Xin Zhao is just so hard to deal with in this early game. The Annie is just so annoying as well. She's so safe of a pick. She really never runs out of mana in the laning phase by consistently gaining that back as she last hits. It's just so easy to pilot this champion and to deny most of the priority that you'd want to get. And on the bot side, of course, the Ezreal will want to get to that mid game with the Divine Sunderer that's getting back into popularity with this same champion, or the lethality as well, but of course he won't be able to deal with Darius if that is the case. Not that he needs to, but he won't be able to do that particularly. But of course the Divine Sunderer is just so strong at this point, and the Ezreal can make use of that to get to that mid game and completely invalidate anything that Varus tried to do during the laning phase.
Well, that's a fairly decent job there of breaking down
I
what looks
appreciate
to
it.
be some slightly oddball team comps. That said, it's another thing to see how it play out on the Rift. My eyes, for sure, going towards Arcane Teddy on the Fiora, just so exciting, but more importantly, Godta on this Xin Zhao, who I think will probably have the most agency in the early levels of that 1, 2, 3, that first clear, second clear kind of point, because if they can catch out somebody in a 1v2, if they can get an invade onto Gwen early on, Nox could definitely find a couple ways to snowball. On the other hand, X7 find themselves in a space where Twisted Fate gets to gate up towards this Fiora, Darius gets an apprehend, the Gold Cord follows in, you can only riposte one of those, and everyone else can pile in and murder the wannabe split pusher.
I mean, technically you can repose both if the community isn't there.
Communication, I suppose you're not wrong. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but if that happens, then it's very doomed for whoever is trying to take down the Fiora. But yeah, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, I apologize for being a little quiet towards the end there, but I mean, great. And I'm just feeling so. Hang on, it's been a while since I've cast any. What are her Q and W call again? Interestingly, it's disintegrate and incinerate. For those who want to know, I remember them now, but I can't remember. I remember Molten Shields. I remember Pyromania as the passive. I remember, of course, Tibbers as the ultimate. Yeah, Summon Tibbers. And I was like, oh no, well, what are the Q and W? My play-by-play credentials about to be thrown out the door. Fortunately, Google that was there to rescue me. And,
nice.
you did a great job of breaking down the team comps while I was listening in. Great.
Wow, great. Managed to help you with that, but yeah, let's see exactly how this Fiora goes on. And the Xin Zhao, he definitely wants to use the early priority to try to make Gwen's life a living hell, basically.
Oh yes, you can see they've both gone for the Ember Knife. I think
Yes.
it is.
Yes,
that's
it is.
exactly what it is. Hellblade Ember Knife. Basically, because they want the challenging smites to be able to deal with, you know, the likes of a Fiora and a Xin Zhao, who are all about the dueling. Hell, one has literally got an ability called Grand Challenge, which probably gives you an idea about what Fiora is all about. 5-man fans, and it doesn't look like we're going to see anything resembling an invade, at least early on here. Might see a late one. You can see Godta is going to debate going in for a late invade there. You saw the pings. Gwen's going to start topside, and they have at least warded the entrance to this red buff if Godta and the rest of Nox decide to go for this.
Yeah, and that ward is gonna be the worst part of Nox's invade here. They know perfectly well where the Xin Zhao is moving towards, but of course, it ends up only being for a single ward, only to spot out when those raptors will be cleared. Anonymous is obviously starting on this top side. He wants to make use of Varus and Karma as much as he can. And if he's on this top side, he's completely unprotected. The Darius is really not going to have a fun time into the Fiora in these early levels. The Twisted Fate, he's really not pressured, but at the same time, he really doesn't have the wave clear capabilities to deal with an Annie if she so desires to get a set priority. So the Gwen just wants to clear this top side as fast as she can to run into that bot side and then start to make plays. Or she can also just keep clearing over and over again and eventually be at a very favorable mid-game state where the Xin Zhao is obviously forced to go into those that tank mythic and those tank items, and the Gwen can just be a superior duelist when she gets that extra sustain from her itemization. The Rift Maker and the Nashor's Tooth should be enough for her to just start popping off in that mid-game.
Doctor as well has gone blue Gromp, and he's blast cone his way straight over to red. He is going to turn up top as fast as he humanly can to try and be a nuisance and make Raider's life very difficult. Note, no teleport. He's gone flash. He's gone ghost. This is all lane, all game. Gwen as well. No flash. Gonna trust in that skip and slash, which is up on a very low cooldown. Instead, running ignite on the jungle Gwen.
Ooh, that's interesting. The ignite for those skirmishes, of course. Let's see. The Scuttlers won't really be contested over by either jungler. They pretty much split the map at this point. But Gotter's already on the top side. Fortunately, there's a ward for Raider, and the Ghost is all he needs.
He's thinking about potentially stepping forwards, but wind becomes lightning, will ward away the Darius. And instead, that is just a summoner burn. Admittedly, Ghost, not the longest cooldown summoner of all time, but that was an easy access to a summoner. Not a lot burned, if anything at all, aside from 10 seconds of God's time as he was waiting for the Scuttle Crab to spawn.
Yeah, and now he is taking set Scuttle Crab. Gotter is perfectly fine in doing that, and Anonymous just has the help of the Karma to do the crowd control that Gwen can't, and therefore the shield is completely off of the Scuttle Crab, and she can just pretty much clear away without a great amount of difficulty. And the Xin Zhao is just forced to get back onto his jungle, forced to clear the camps that he hasn't before, and Gwen just takes the opportunity to duel.
Knows how much CS this
level lead
now is on, but will have the level lead, but that's going to be Kettler roaming up as well. Can think about doing this. Has burned now, burned skip and slash could be invaded on. Is now being told to back away. Ruger's waiting for that final but that's in for that talent sight, but the mist is down. Gwen looking for first blood and gets it. Ow, Gwen, who art in jungle. Hallowed be thy mist indeed. Gets a nice little kill there with the ignite. That was aggressive from Godser and punished instead for going for that flash.
Does he not know what Gwen does? She pops the mist and Annie just can't do anything about it. It's so easy for the true damage to stack. She was one stack away from getting those 4 stacks on that Q, as she just gets so much damage out, so much sustain out, and the Xin Zhao just regrets every moment of his life at that point. There's no way that the Gwen is gonna die. The Gwen not only keeps the level lead, she keeps also the CS lead, and the Xin Zhao is just very sad now clearing his own Gromp and knowing that his first play on the map was really a massive blunder.
That's a real frustration for Xin Zhao. Already getting out farmed because Gwen can do that, but dies to first blood to the Gwen. The ignite already proving worthwhile. Yep. She's back on her second clear. She'll continue to have this CS lead. She's going to have the gold lead, and Xin Zhao needs to get going early. Yeah, you got the summon on top, but didn't find much for it. And Gwen has instead caught you in your own jungle. And the Hallowed Mist just made, as you said, Annie's life incredibly difficult to even look for a stun.
And that's why I like Hail of Blades lethality as Xin Zhao, because Hail of Blades lethality as Xin Zhao would have not lost that 1v1. Unfortunately, that is not the case, and now Gotzer is going to struggle a little bit when it comes to the next few minutes of play. He's really not able to pressure any lane consistently. His damage output is not big enough, especially before he gets that red smite, and therefore his lanes will have to be self-sufficient for now. They are already self-sufficient so far, but the Twisted Fate is actually managing to keep tabs on this Annie and punish her efficiently. And making her just lose the ability to last hit as much as she wants to by consistently just using those red cards, just pushing the waves. And the Annie can't really reply without using that W, without trying to contest with her own mana. And Darius is almost dead.
It's taken pretty low, but the Grand Challenge won't get the kill. No Summoner burnt by Raider, who felt confident enough to play that one out. Still at level 5 is Raider, but just about okay. Down in CS right now, but kind of happy to be playing weak side as it stands right now. This Darius will eventually turn up to something like a team fight and be able to run around with a Ghost and a Decimate and or a Noxian Guillotine rather as well, and make things really challenging. Has now got that level 6 to be looking for the execution, the beheading of the French-speaking noble. Ain't that appropriate?
Oh, definitely. It's so appropriate that his ultimate is actually in a French word. But in any case, Raider did not manage to get the recall. He does not have teleport to get back to Linus as he wants.
He's got Ghost, and there's no wave, which he did manage to clear out. So my momentary despair for the Darius is unfounded, and he'll be able to survive right now. Xin Zhao, though, going to try and get something out of Gwen's jungle, who has just soloed out the Drake pretty nice and early once you hit the level 6 mark. Instead, Godso will look to steal away this blue buff. It's a feel-good moment, but again, it's not really meaning all that much. Still at level 5. Maybe can do something once he gets that Crescent Strike at level 6.
Oh yes, but Gwen is coming up right now. Ketsuo knows this. Gator might be dead.
Well, he's going to have to worry about this one. As in comes the Destiny Gate. Will look to see himself.
Oh no.
But the Apprehend, the Needlework is there. And Godter is all stitched up in the enemy jungle.
That was so clean by Anonymous. He has definitely been practicing his Gwen so far. His ultimate just was so seamless coming into that Xin Zhao. Thank you very much. It was not intended, but in any case, it was just very good play from a Gwen, and it's very interesting to see because my solo queue Gwens just don't seem to be able to have the same effect. In any case, this Xin Zhao is completely dead in the water. Yeah, he's completely dead in the water. The Rift Herald is caught by Anonymous, and X7 just seemed to have everything in place to start snowballing this early lead.
And I've just got to call it out, the vision control to track Godser. That's how they knew what to do with getting in towards the Wolves. They had a ward later on, so they knew where he was, so you could see Karma and Gwen roaming towards him, which forced him back out of the river, which meant he couldn't get to Scuttle Crabs there. He was caught on the invade after that one as well, and Anonymous just looking, or rather, Anonymous plus X7, looking really in control. It's a 2-kill Gwen versus a 2-death Xin Zhao, who's down, getting towards 20 CS. That's a lot of alarm bells ringing. It's 2,000 gold. Yes, you've got a Fiora. Yes, that's a win condition.
Okay.
Maybe this is a moment to turn it around. Ketsuo dead in the mid lane.
That's the Annie classic Flash Bear stun in this case, and that's basically the end of Ketsuo. He has no flash whatsoever. There's no way this Annie will not get away with this at any point in the game. Gator was also around to collect the kill. Eventually, this kill would have been much better served in the hands of the Annie. That it ends up not being the case, but at the same time, they're just happy to get something out of this. And Nox will finally get a little bit closer to shortening that gold lead. And the only lane that X7 is currently losing is this top side. Raider is just missing a lot of CS. As we saw earlier, he was really struggling to recall because he does not have the teleport. He has to lose a lot of CS every time Arcane Teddy gets to shove in that wave. But now that he's at level 6, he's just managing to harass the Fiora a lot more than the Fiora is able to harass him. And the Gwen is also just skedaddling over to the top side. There might be a dive.
Alright, enough of these top roams from the likes of Ruggers and Godser. You might not have killed Raider, but you've made him lose some CS, and that is something that X7 cannot stand. So instead, we're going to see a teleport. Instead, we're going to see a skip, a slash, some needlework, and Arcane Teddy is executed. Viva la France. Or in this case, maybe not.
In any case, Arcane Teddy is completely decimated. Very well played by Raider Anonymous. And of course, Ketsuo with the Destiny just coming in clutch. There is no way he couldn't have done that. He's going to lose a little bit of CS, and he is going to meet Annie in the river, but that's probably not going to amount to much, as this Twisted Fate is just running away. Can he run? Yeah, he can run.
He can run away. He's got Spellbook, he's got Flash. I think he's probably okay.
Yes.
Probably needs to be a little afraid that Tip is only 10 seconds away, and that could probably be a little bit of a dead Jin or TF. There's in comes Gold Turf from behind. Time to rinse and repeat the mid dive, but the wave's just not shoved in quick enough, and he doesn't want to burn that stun, which means she's not going to burn her spells yet. And they're going to pull off that dive. Weren't sure where Raider was, who does take a path back through the his own jungle to try and spot out where the Godso was looking for an invade. Still got the Herald in inventory as well, does Anonymous, so keep your eyes on that, but may well use it to buy some space for this next dragon that's spawning in about 15 seconds or so.
Yes, Annie really isn't a champion unless you have that flash up, because there was no way that Ketsuo wouldn't have been able to dodge whatever it is that Ruggers wants to throw his way, so that's just very nice by Ketsuo. He just realizes that the Annie can't really do anything without shortening that gap very, very fast. And so he's just completely fine, just continuously shoving the wave, trying to look for opportunities. When that Destiny does come back around, he can really try to set up his teammates for success yet again. And now Raider, after that kill in the top side, he's in the lead when it comes to CS. Of course, that's going to change after that wave. The Iron Spike Whip is also in the hands of Teddy, so he won't have much difficulty just taking that CS back. But Raider is just doing a very, very good job at nullifying most of what the Fiora could nullify from him. And now that the Herald is mid, I guess everyone else in X7 is going to get ahead as well.
Just using to clean the wave. That wasn't as much damage as I was expecting from that ult, but of course he's gone for the Nash's Tooth, not the Rift Maker first, so more about the attack speed than the straight AP to begin with. They'll get the shove in mid, and will decide not to use it top to try and break down that turret in the face of the Fiora. Speaking of which, you can see the CS is now evened up pretty much up there, and of course Darius now feeling a lot more content. Gold lead, about 2,500 at this 13-minute mark. They've got 2 Drakes, they've got a Gwen who was so far ahead, and on the other side there is a Jin Zhao who is notably far behind. That is a little bit further ahead than the gold lead might expect you to believe.
Oh, it definitely is. Not only are the 2 Drakes in place, but also the way that X7's champions function with a gold lead this early on, it's just absolutely bonkers. There's no way that Nox can really try to force any kinds of skirmishes, any kinds of team fights at this point, because X7, not only do we know them to be mechanically superior, they're also very, very comfortable with these champions in particular at just either kiting back from those fights or just going completely all in.
Alright, Royal is dead. Seeing a lot of noble executions this game, it turns out. There comes a Twisted Fate trying to turn it around. The Death Sentence is late. Flash away from GSS, but he's just deleted. Sin puts him down. The piercing arrow gets the heart of Thresh. Going into his own lantern at that point. Princess Hades manages to escape, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. The Destiny Gate makes it an even trade, despite what looked like a good start for the side of Nox.
And the Varus is just so hard to deal with. That's so much damage coming in from the Blighted Quiver associated with the piercing arrow. There's just... the execute damage is just completely off the charts, so the Thresh just ends up dying. That's double flash from the bot lane of Nox. And yes, thank you production for pointing it out. That is a Prowler's Claw on the Varus. Of course, the active isn't very important, but I'll hold my breath.
God, that's a rough one. Stun come through, Needlework is there as well. So much damage, and Anonymous on a killing spree. Gwen cuts Jin Zhao down to size.
He ends up not even moving the Xin Zhao, poor Xin Zhao. And plus, to add insult to injury, there was also a control ward on top of that lantern, so I don't think he would have gotten out anytime soon. But yes, moving on to that said Prowler's Claw, it is something that Lethality Varus is just starting to build over the Duskblade, because the ability haste isn't as important as the lethality. He wants to get as ahead as he can, deal as much damage as he can, as soon as he can, and as the game starts progressing, he kind of falls off on the damage, and as the lethality keeps stacking up on the Prowler's Claw, it just makes him stay relevant. Also, the Prowler's Claw can be used as an escape mechanism. If he has minions behind him in any kind of team fight, he can use it to reposition himself. Of course, it's very much dangerous for the Varus to use said Prowler's Claw in an offensive manner, but it is also a
Definitely
possibility.
doable with
if
Halo
he's in a-
Blades, right?
Yeah, exactly. If he's in a
forward.
1v1,
Hit that chains of corruption. I see it. I want to see it. I'm down.
exactly. Yeah. And if he's in that 1v1, even if it's with just Ezreal, that Prowler's Claw can be the difference between winning that 1v1 or just straight up losing it because he didn't hit any single one of the skill shots. But with the Prowler's Claw, Halo Blade's coming up right away. The damage is just too much to handle. So it's a very much better item than the Duskblade because it just gives so much utility and so much mobility to the Varus himself.
Right, so 16 minutes in, second Herald, as we saw, was taken by Gwen after catching Godtur out again. On the other side, though, still maybe a chance for some picks to come through. Annie and Xin Zhao will still be able to blow up a lot of squishy members from the side of X7, but never mind that. We're going to Prowler's Claw into the Chains of Corruption. We've seen already Anonymous is down here summoning that Hallowed Mist again. And the thing that's on Thresh put down, Gwen cleaning up the Shadow Wilds, one denizen of Undeath at a time.
That was disgusting, the amount of damage that X7 just managed to put out there. The Gwen is popping off, and now Raider, he's just comfortable proxying Arcane Teddy. He's a level ahead.
He
a level
might
ahead,
think
though.
about it. Unfortunate for him, of course, the Vital
He's still
Box
going.
still thinking about it. Has put down the Grand Challenge, looking to try and get some more. Strikebreaker away, staying next to the wall to try and keep those procs safe. Takes a lot of damage, but will manage to get out. Doesn't burn summoners. On the other side, X7 has started up the dragon. Godtur is over the wall, has now marked the dragon. Can Audacious charge over the wall? Teleport in as well. This will be a fight. Flash in, looking for some more, but Gwen still secures it. Has put down the Hallowed Mist again, looking for some more damage. Looking for more needleworks, dashing around, but may finally be shut down. It's taken out. Dragon, it goes down. Arcane Teddy over the wall, looking for more on the Fura, but will flash into a gold card. That one was not an ace, but it will do as a high note. Take it out. Sin lands the piercing arrow. Now he's stunned under tower. Will likely go down as a flash. Then sentence lands from GSS. Ruggers gets that one. And while it is a dragon secured, it is a team fight victory for the side of Nox. Only Raider left standing after the debacle in the river.
X7 were a little bit overconfident there. They do get the Drake, but they have no way of fighting over it. Raider does not have the teleport to join his team, and it's just a disaster from then on. The Gwen ends up being completely collapsed upon inside the pit, and the Varus here, he does manage to catch the Fiora a little bit low on health, but he has to put himself in danger for it. The Annie is finally in range to land that stun, and it's just game over for the marksman on X7. It's just an unfortunate turn of events. They do get the soul point, but the gold lead is just very much shortened at this point, and Nox finally have a way to get back into this game. The Divine Sunder is on the Ezreal, so he's definitely gonna hurt as this game is continuing to build up. And the Annie, of course, she's gonna deal a buckload of damage no matter what the situation is, but she's much more of a stun bot. She just wants to isolate any member of X7 and try to play around that. And I think that the biggest failure in X7's composition at this point...
Here we go.
Oh no.
Ruggers hunting for Varus does have him coming through. They can try and turn this one around.
Oh, wow.
Yes, there's a Tibbers. It's not enough. And, well, that was a quick turnaround. Call the ambulance, but certainly not for Sin. Takes out Annie in the bot lane. And maybe you can start talking about things again because we don't have a fight going on quite yet.
Yeah, I believe that Ketsuo was doing his best Shen impression right there. He was pretty much the ambulance coming in to rescue Varus. And
That's fantastic. I love it.
yeah, and I guess that Ruggers really didn't time it right because he couldn't stun it just as good as he
Xin
did.
Zhao is actually not going to be in that much danger, but actually
Oh,
the speed
there it
up
is.
means he managed to get away because there's a dark passage available. And what looked like another dead Xin Zhao is not because of some swift moves from Nox GSS to rescue his
Hello
really
there.
good jungler. Herald was summoned bot lane though, which means they're going to charge onto this bot lane too.
Well, there goes a Herald. Mildly unattended because Ruggers is there to collect the little piece of gold as he gets the true damage on that proc. But at the same time, X7 just managed to get so much on that top side at the same time. They managed to punish also the Annie trying to backstab the Varus. But since Sin was aware of that the whole time, Ketsuo just comes in. Ruggers does not hit the Tibbers as the Twisted Fate is coming, which was the saddest part of that entire interaction.
Yeah.
And the Annie just ends up dropping dead with nowhere to go. But now Nox, they're pretty much on the back foot. They cannot force anything. I say that as Gotzer is... okay, just taunting the Baron a little bit, just not afraid of death, just clearing a little bit of vision, because if X7 wants to, they can rush this Baron pretty quickly with the Gwen.
They definitely can. Gwen not quite at Riftmaker, but is certainly doing enough on-hit damage at this point.
Okay,
Annie's dead again. Sin definitely got a target on Annie's back. Royal and Sin did get taken relatively low by that, but there's nothing really to punish them on right now. Also worth pointing out as well that X7 seemed to have put Ketsuo as the lane opponent to Fiora, or at least did earlier on, probably because a little easier access for the likes of Raider towards the rest of his team without the teleport, and this dragon should be summoning, or be spawning, if rather is the term, in just under a minute.
Wow, under a minute for this soul to be contested. The mountain soul is what we're gonna see, and the moment that X7 has that mountain soul, of course it's way harder for Nox to turn on the team fight button, but the only person that really suffers from Nox with this mountain soul is Annie, because everyone else, they just want long drawn-out fights, and in those long drawn-out fights, the shield just ends up not really mattering. It just matters for how long can you put up that damage, and for Ezreal and Fiora, that answer is usually pretty long. So the only problem is for Annie, she won't be able to delete people as easily, but this Mountain Soul isn't as important for X7 as it could be. They just want to speed up the game, try to make it to Elder Dragon as fast as they can, because a 23-minute soul can really push that Elder Dragon very early.
The problem is, though, just look at the amount of control that X7 have right now. And also, you got to note, it's 2 items versus 1.5. That is a big gold discrepancy. Stun onto Godwin, puts out the Crescent Strike to avoid the damage. Now, Ketso is in danger, throws out the Destiny Gate, but the soul is secured. Gods has gone in, though. He's going to try and get as much damage as he can, but he's executed. The Hallow Mist comes down as well. Anonymous healing up so much. The needles start flying, and the cuts, well, paper cuts worse, that's for sure. The scissors are deadly as you like. I said it before. I'll say it again. Our Gwen, who are in jungle, hallowed be thy mist. Going in for a bit more. The scissors keep snipping. Princess Hades sent back to the realm of the dead. And it's a full ace. And Baron's on the card to boot.
They just run them down after getting the Drake. Sin doesn't even die to the full anti-burst combo, as I was mentioning earlier. And now X7 just completely take over the game. A complete ace. Twisted Fate isn't really necessary for this Baron to be taken down. They might wait the 5 seconds for all the members. Yeah, there it is. For all the members to get the buff. And as soon as that happens, X7 have the entire map to themselves. They can start breaking open the base.
Well, X7 came in as pre-split favorites. One of those teams that impressed, nay, absolutely terrified a lot of people in the promotion tournament. And they have turned up, at least on day 1, with a statement game thus far. Nox are in a difficult space. They are down about 9,000 gold. They are down a lot of items. They are down a Xin Zhao that has just struggled to get an impact in this game. If they can stall, maybe Arcane Teddy on this Fiora can be a win condition. If they can stall, Ezreal scales pretty well, but it's going to be a tall order. It's going to be a long slog to even think about it. And Anifar, I just don't know how doable it is.
Yeah, I have no idea how doable it is. I mean, the Ezreal is pretty strong at poking them down. He's got ease of access into every single one of X7 members without really feeling pressured. But that really doesn't amount to much when everyone else is just crumbling around them. We see there, the Thresh is basically already dead, and a fight is not even erupting. This Varus is very strong at this point. Arcane Teddy cannot deal with a Darius, with the Mountain Soul, with the Baron Empowered minions at this point, and the Twisted Fate is just getting so much global presence. The Destiny comes out, and the Gates
is in trouble. Over the wall goes Anonymous, but that was a great dark passage to keep Godser alive. They were looking for the...
Oh, there it is.
Hey, the Apprehend is there with the Strikebreaker. Hello, Miss blocks everything. Anonymous now going to try and find his way out. Has got some needles around him. Could look to put some more stitches in the enemy team. You said the ult earlier was seamless. Well, I'll tell you what was not seamless. It was that little play there from Nox. They are coming apart at the seams right now. The base is broken. The Nexus, not Nexus, apologies. The inhibitor, rather, not quite the Nexus as yet in mid lane, also falls. And we are one step closer to what looks like an X7 victory here. We're only 25 minutes in.
There's no Gwen that could stitch that up for Nox, and right now, they're just completely stuck inside the base. Anonymous is still going.
Another Hello
Wow.
Mist! That is
so
just
strong.
galling. All of these attempted picks just being invalidated by Gwen, who does eventually get caught out there, but they don't feel safe enough to jump on in. And instead, it's another inhibitor down, and X7 will just back away with all the gold in their inventory. They'll even take God's jungle to boot.
Wow, they'll take literally everything. They go for the full reset. They even get the blue buff. And the only thing left for Nox, the consolation prize, is 2 turrets on that top side. And right now, X7 are probably looking to get the vision advantage on that side. They're looking to get those turrets also on that side to have the base completely in shambles. But they have to take note. 2 minutes until the Elder Dragon. If they overcommit on the vision on the top side, if they overcommit on a bad fight and end up losing members, this Elder Dragon can sway the game towards Nox. But it's very unlikely at this point. X7 are playing in a way that's very calm and collected and with little room for mistakes. And that just makes Nox just completely stuck to their walls. They're stuck on their turrets, and X7 are just taking absolutely everything.
They've got super minions piling their way down mid and bot, and the rest of X7 now turning up towards the top lane. Destiny is popped to spot out the remaining members, and Twisted Fate will decide now is a chance to get into that bot lane and cause some pressure. True Shot Barrage misses Princess Hades. Done a decent game, but it's been a quiet one. Not really been about the bot lanes outside of Sin, finding some nice outplays with the Prowler's Claw and the Chains of Corruption, but now we're just seeing Ruggers stepping forward, but he could be in a lot of speed. But again, I speak a little too soon, because Nox GSS is there with, of course, Dark Passage to bring the beleaguered member to safety as Arcane Teddy takes a card to the face and wishes it wasn't quite so high in the deck.
And Anonymous just keeps going in, and it's sad. As an Ezreal main, to watch Princess Hades try to clear those super minions. It's so annoying for an Ezreal to be dealing with those. It's very hard for him to take all the minions. Got to stuck.
They're feeling it. They're going to try and keep going forward. Anonymous goes over the wall, knowing that the Dark Passage is down. It's a stun through, which is not enough damage. Now we're going to see Godso go back in, over the wall. That's a decent death sentence on Anonymous, taken very low, but he's got so much healing! Death by 1,000 cuts indeed! Gwen chops the scissors one more time. Raider now stepping forward, looking to get a little bit more. Princess Hades is going to throw out a few more of those Mystic shots, but back in with the Hallowed Mist. Ruggers taken so very low. Royal will be there. Arcane Teddy will get out of the game as well, and the Nexus falls. 20 kills to 7, 28 minutes on the clock. X7 make a statement. Gwen Jungle, it's here to stay.
Oh, yes, sir, it is. It just feels like Nox never really had a chance. The draft was completely turned to skill on X7's side. They really wanted to show that they're not here to play. They really wanted to show that they're here to completely outplay you and to outskill you. And ever since that little fight in the blue buff with the Xin Zhao into the Gwen, he's just overconfident. He thinks he can win the skirmish. He just straight up loses. X7 just have the confidence to take it all home, and that's exactly what they did here.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It was a pretty masterful display from pretty much every member. Raider, we expected to be a bit of a carry. Was left a weak side for a lot of that early game. Didn't die, stayed safe, comes back into the game with a little assist once level 6s start coming through from the Gwen, from the Twisted Fate notably as well. We saw the outplays between Twisted Fate and, of course, the Varus, who were basically playing Shen and AD carry, as you were mentioning earlier on. Just great stuff to witness. And on the other side, it was a rough game for the Xin Zhao, who had near enough the lowest damage in the game, only 100 more even, not even 1,000 more than his own Thresh. On the other side, Gwen absolutely topping the damage charts. Kind of the way the game went, unfortunately, for the early invade from Gwen went her way. The Hallowed Mist blocking the Annie, the return invade that goes wrong. It just felt over from that point when you got a 2-0 Gwen versus the early game jungler that's 0-2.
Yeah, of course. The Gwen just... It's very easy for a Gwen to just snowball leads and the way she picks her fights and that she just doesn't let anyone else in with the Hallowed Mist is just not hard to pull off the moment you get those kills in the early game. Gwen wasn't looking for kills, she was looking for camps. She was trying to solidify herself as a mid-game to late-game champion. And eventually, the Xin Zhao just picked those fights. He picked them wrong, and he just ended up giving everything to the enemy team. And X7 just, they're very much here to try to win it all. They showed it against Nox today, and who knows what they're going to do in the coming days.
Absolutely. Before we do, of course, sign off for the evening, let us turn our eyes a little bit to Nox. Of course, it's not the best game, really, in a lot of ways to judge this team, potentially against what looks like the front runners, or one of them, certainly, for the UKEL in summer. A little bit more growth maybe to do for Nox, but, Arcane Teddy looked like he knew what he was doing on the Fiora, made Raider, this other superstar top laner, sweat in the early game. You saw some good plays between the mid and jungle, right? Like, good synergy between the Annie and, of course, the Xin Zhao. Problem was, little too late. But more to see from this team, I'm sure. It's first game, a lot to learn, and yeah, it was a bit of a rollicking, but, one game against the best team in the league, potentially,
Yeah, potentially.
Isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, of course it isn't. I think for Nox Esports, they still put up a decent showing. I believe there's some things to be fine-tuned in draft-wise because they just had a very hard losing bot side, and the way that they should be winning the top side just wasn't the most easy to execute a kind of way. So they'll obviously have an easier time fixing those things than anything else, and eventually they can also be contending for those top spots. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. Still only the first day of matches, and there's still a lot to be played throughout the summer split.
Oh, yes, there is. Speaking of course, that does mean we are done for the evening. Day one done for the UKEL in the summer split. But we'll be back on Saturday with some more action, some more new faces on the caster desk, and some more games to get your teeth into. So make sure you're tuning in there. But that means from myself, from Anifar, from the whole UKEL production crew, we bid you good night, good morning, good day, wherever you are around the globe. And we'll see you Saturday after that amazing day of games. See you then.
Bye-bye.